All right. What is going on, guys? Whew-wee. All right. I did not realize just how early day two was going to start. We're in top eight already. And top eight's probably going to be a quick one. We have Amber Steel versus Amethyst Sapphire, good old Blurple. And DKP rocking it. But quite a surprise. I'm sure a lot of people are not going to be prepared to see an Amber Steel in top eight of a 430-ish person event. But here we are. But what a start from DKP, rocking the double Rafiki. Let me make this bigger for everyone. There we go. So we can actually look at what's happening. Good start from Amber Steel. Unfortunately, though, not what you want to see from your opponent, rocking those double Rafikis. But we do see that he is on Mickey Mouse, something that a lot of people have talked about. But again, we haven't seen a lot of Amber Steel, period. So kind of anything that you do play as the Amber Steel player is going to be, well, spicy, right? Because it's just been, well, not the most popular deck this set. A lot of people saying that Amber Steel's dead. There's too much purple steel and it just won't work anymore. Well, for him to make top eight with the Amber Steel in a field that was 30.8% Amethyst Steel at this event, and for him to make top eight with it, clearly Amber Steel is not a dead deck. Now, one thing that we can do here, if we are the Amethyst Steel player, so we do get Mowgli, he's going to see, is there anything there for me to hit? We do see the double the Into the Unknown, which is unfortunate that Into the Unknown going to be able to clear out a character of your choosing. Most likely the Lilo, right? So that way the Lilo doesn't come back over time. But also seeing that Cheshire Cat, which is another card that you do not want to see in the hand of the purple player when you are Amethyst, or when you are Amber Steel. I think we might be seeing a fire, maybe a Fire the Cannons. Tough choice, though. That is, you do not want to be looking at two Rafikis in game one of your top eight. And also knowing there's an Into the Unknown and a Basil and a Cheshire Cat. The perfect start for DKP into this matchup. I do not think that he could have had a better start. Having that early aggro line, or that early line to remove and challenge, but also finding turn 2 ramp. It's just a phenomenal start for him. Opting to not quest at all, which I think is interesting. I think a quest there could have been warranted. He top decked a third Rafiki. Oh my goodness gracious. That is. Now, all that's left, though, is that one Into the Unknown from your opponent. And you do know that it is an Into the Unknown in their hand. So that is a good amount of hand knowledge. They are on 4 ink. So if you can somehow navigate this part, maybe you do have another character and you have a Strength of Raging Fire in hand. Next turn, you can hardcast that to take out the Cheshire Cat. And at that point, it's not looking the worst, right? Because the Lilo and the Mowgli could then challenge the Rafikis back and take them out. So it's not the end of the world. Blurple has a lot of high-cost characters that they might not be able to play at this point if they draw into them. Hades could be a death sentence for DKP if he happens to just top deck a couple. We see another Daisy coming down. Daisy, not a terrible card here, but at the same time, I don't know, kind of really bad. And the reason it's really bad is that Daisy is going to draw your opponent characters, and that's the last thing you want in this moment when they're only got 2 left. Now, we do see that that Elsa come off the top. So Elsa, he can ink Into the Unknown for Elsa to come down, which we're going to see happen here. And most likely we will see. Well, the Elsa can turn anything sideways that she wanted, but then he's gonna have to challenge with something else. I'd imagine we'll challenge with the Cheshire Cat. The issue with challenging with something like the Rafikis is that it leaves the Rafikis for an easy trade. But is that the worst case scenario? Everything that could be happening for our Amber Steel player is kind of going wrong here. No characters that can challenge well. Daisy's off the top, so Daisy's of course going to draw DKP cards when he's already top decking. But DKP again, just drawing an absolute perfect hand. Nothing could have gone better here for DKP. We see the knuckle hit off the top from our Amber Steel player. I like that. That was pretty neat. Raja, though, Raja going to slow things down. Raja could come down. You don't have to put it in bodyguard. Just set it down and then kind of turn everything sideways after that if you wanted. But again, what that Cheshire Cat presents such an issue because Cheshire Cat with Raja, Elsa is going to be able to challenge into the Raja, and then Cheshire Cat can move the 2 damage from Elsa to Lilo to take out Raja to Mowgli. It does, it doesn't really matter. There's so many different lines that he could take there. So still a really tough position. A really, really good board from DKP. I do want to apologize. My voice is a little hoarse. I literally just got out of bed and started this stream. That's why it was started. I was still getting water so I could come back up. But we do see the quest from our Amber Steel player, knowing that I have to do something. So what we're going to see now, like I said, is that Elsa will challenge into Raja, and then Cheshire Cat will move 2 damage. Now the question is, does he move 2 damage to take out the Raja? That way the Rafikis can then challenge into something of their choosing, possibly Lilo and Mowgli. Or do we see the Cheshire Cat just move 2 damage to take out a Mowgli or a Lilo? All right, we do see the 2 damage get used to take out the Raja as we suspected. And then the Rafikis, are they going to hit? Yep, the Lilo and the Mowgli, which I think is a top tier play. It's a phenomenal good play because why take out your draw engine? Let Daisy Duck continue to draw you cards. Meanwhile, if you send both of them into Daisy, they're just going to trade back into you. And so they get a positive trade there. So this is just a top tier decision to be able to do that. Wow, what an interesting choice. So Amber Steel puts their Lilo on top, shown on top. That way they can be like, okay, do I want to bring this back or not? And that is really cool. Really like that. But then we see DKP gets another Cheshire Cat. Could this man get better draws for this matchup? I don't think so. I think this is quite literally the perfect hand for a Blurple player into Amber Steel aggro. 3 Rafikis, 2 Cheshire Cats, Elsa, 2 Into the Unknowns, and finding turn 2 ramp. I don't know how it's possible. I don't know how that is possible to get a hand as good as that one. We do see Raja comes down. Now, you'll notice he quested with the Daisy. And the reason he did that is simply because the Daisy's going to be taken out anyways. Like the boost will always happen there and be able to move that damage. So that's always going to happen. That's always going to be expected. So you might as well get the 2 lore out of it, risk giving them another card. Of course, you give them another card, Basil, another good card into an aggro line. and not even going to boost. Instead, just going to challenge into the daisy, which again is a smart decision. I think you could have also just done the challenge the L. Well, no, 2 damage is actually what matters. Because, yep, so there we challenge, we boost with the 2 Cheshire Cats, take out the daisy, and it is on to game 2. This is over. That is all she wrote on that one. Now I do think you're right, Illuminite, in that that's what your discard is for. When your cards are banished, they go into your discard. But we do see that he did put it there again a second time. Judge is still not saying anything, but I do believe you're right that you cannot do that. Let me mute my phone, especially before my alarm goes off to wake up. We do see the 1-drop Rhino come down. Unfortunately, just not going to change anything in this matchup. So we'll just kind of see. See, this is like, I don't know. And I know that for me, there's a point in a game where there's just zero reason to keep going. But I guess if there's, okay, that's where he says that's enough. Enough's enough. There's quite literally nothing I can do here. So yeah, that's really rough for the Amber Steel player. The odds of DKP getting the hand that he got is, I mean, there's a chance for everything. And DKP was blessed by luck in that game without a shadow of a doubt. That was actually a perfect hand from DKP. So I'd be really curious. I'll have to watch it back. I was getting water when they did their altar because so I'd be curious what he did keep in that. I wonder, yeah, we can. Jeez, this thing started so early. We'll go back and see. I am curious what he kept in that opening altar to be able to give him such a great hand into it. But massive shout out to this Amber Steel player. Again, if you guys did not see day 1, Purple Steel, Amethyst Steel represented 30.8% of the field at this event. 30.8%. That is, I don't know if we ever saw Blurple represent that much at an event last set of this size, right? And so with that, with such a high representation, to come into an event where you know that Amethyst Steel is going to be highly represented, like if you go into any event thinking that it's not, then I want to know what your locals looks like, or if you watch any Lorcana content, because Amethyst Steel is just, in my opinion, the deck to beat for this set. So I think that to come in with Amber Steel, you have to be feeling really good about your deck. So really just shout out to him for 7-1-1 at an event of this size with so much Amethyst Steel is absolutely crazy. Blurple, I think, got up to 35% at one point, I thought, in an event. Possibly. Like, it's hard to say. A lot of last set I was deployed for, so, no. Yes, a lot of last set I was deployed for, so, didn't get to pay a lot. Got to pay attention, but didn't get to pay a lot of attention to that. So, it could have happened. I know there were some definite, I think Blurple did represent at least really close. So I'd have to go back and double check some of my meta report videos just to see how much it represented at some events. But I know it did represent a lot. That's for sure. All right. Well, here we go, game 2. So I'm not sure who was on the play game 1, but it doesn't matter now. We know that Amber Steel will be on the play in game 2, going into DKP being on the play in game 3. So we do see a Basil, Rafiki, Cheshire Cat, no turn 2 ramp, but I don't think you care. I think if you're DKP, you're perfectly fine with that. You keep those first 3. Maybe you keep the ink, but the nice thing about Cheshire Cat into an aggro matchup is you don't need ramp. You can easily just go something like Rafiki on turn 1, turn 2, maybe a Basil, turn 3, Cheshire Cat, turn 4, maybe you play Iago. Now, you do know that the Amber Steel player is on Fire the Cannon. So now the number of, I do not know if this is open deck list, but the number of Fire the Cannons is the unknown factor. But where there are on it, you know they're running at least a minimum of 2. You'd have to assume probably 3. We see that Amber Steel. We see an Aurora, Raja. Looks like a Daisy, Fire the Cannons, Doc. So not a bad hand. Do we go? Looks like double Aurora. Oh, is that a Tiana? No, that's a Daisy. Yeah, I thought that third card was a Tiana, but I think it's a Daisy. So we could go super wide. We could do Aurora into Daisy plus Fire the Cannons into a Raja. Bologna had 36.5 and Milwaukee had 29.9. Okay. All right. So, yeah, DLC Bologna, high representation of Blurple then, 36.5%. DLC Bologna, that was this set. Right? Right? Yeah, DLC Bologna was this set 10? Or was it not? Was it still set 9 for DLC Bologna? Okay, we do see that he sends back 4, so we know that he would have kept the Cheshire Cat, the Rafiki, and the Basil. Bologna had a CCQ that said it had DLC last set. Okay. All right, so 36.5% Blurple at DLC Bologna last set, yeah. So, all right, so 30.8 is not unheard of for a meta, for some colors to be represented at a meta, right? So, Amethyst is pretty good. I think when we looked at it yesterday, Amethyst was 60% of the decks at the CCQ, with between Amethyst Steel, Blurple, and Green Purple. So high representation. Amethyst, it's good. It has a lot of the stuff you want. Turn things sideways, draw cards, just a lot of everything. So, and DKP finds himself into a sale after altering only 4 cards. Man, oh man. Last night I was playing. I altered 7, found no ramp, found no 1-drop. By turn 4, I had nothing but 4 Hades in my hand. It was just awful. And then meanwhile, we see DKP over here alters 4 this game, finds a sale. I think he altered 5 last game and finds a sale. He's got that luck. He's got that luck that I wish I had. But we see Daisy turn sideways, reveals a Dumbo, so get that free ink for DKP. Dumbo not going to put in really any work in this game, but free ink is always nice. I think we always just play the Iago over a Dumbo if that was the route we were going to go. But I could be wrong. The nice thing about Dumbo is it's going to be able to trade into a couple things. It also doesn't get cleared by Fire the Cannons. Okay, so we do see the 1-drop into 2 1-drops on turn 2. So nice play that we're very used to seeing last set. And we see the Aurora plus Fire the Cannons come down. And we see DKP respond with a sail into a Basil. Basil going to be able to trade into that Aurora. So now things, though, you still have some time. We'll see what he sets up here with that Aurora, if he did draw on anything, or if we see the Raja come down that we know he kept in his opening hand. If Raja comes down, then that's going to be able to protect his Aurora and his Daisy. So that feels pretty good as well. Other things that we know Amethyst Steel is on, we know he's on the Rhino shift line, so there is that. Strength of Raging Fires, we know he's on Mowgli. We do not know if he's on any Troubadours, so no chance of that coming down. Or I guess there is a chance where we don't know. But we see such a good hand from DKP. Develop Your Brain. Cheshire Cat could come down next turn. Hypnotic plus Basil could take out Raja, which would feel fine, but you would be at a massive tempo loss. So I do not think you can play that or go that route. I think you have to go Cheshire Cat, because if you go Cheshire Cat, then what can then happen is Cheshire Cat could challenge into a Raja, move the 2 damage, and take out the Raja. So Basil quests. Basil would quest, support the Cheshire Cat. Cheshire Cat would take out the Raja. Then you move 2 damage to then take out the Aurora. So I think if you're DKP, you're definitely playing the Cheshire Cat next turn. It's a little slow, but at least you're developing a board. See a little bit of a conversation going on between tough choices. And again, this is what's to be expected. When you're playing an aggro deck, that turn 1 through 3 is the most pivotal turns of the entire game. If you make a mistake, there's no coming back from it. There's no time to top deck into something. There's no time to recover. The game is just essentially over. So we do see the ink of the Strength of Raging Fire. So really interesting choice. Makes you wonder what's left in his hand. I believe one of them is Raja, but that Strength of a Raging Fire, so pivotal if he does play a Cheshire Cat. And you have to know that a Cheshire Cat may be coming. So really interesting choice there to go that route. We'll see what DKP ends up deciding to do. Maybe he does decide to play the Hypnotic Strength now so he can take out the Daisy, try and slow down Amber Steel as much as possible. Okay, looks like we are going to go the Cheshire Cat route. So I think you take the Tipo, put the Genie back. Genie's unfortunately just a little too slow into an aggro deck. Yes, you get to draw, but that 2/4 is not going to represent a whole lot. So probably ink the Tipo to play the Cheshire Cat, I'd imagine. But if you're DKP, you do still have to be worried about a second Strength of a Raging Fire. If that Strength of a Raging Fire comes down, it could be game over for DKP, because I do not believe we saw an Into the Unknown when he last revealed his hand. Now there is a Pete there, so that Pete is going to be rather good. And I think what happened is, so Amber Steel, he was trying to figure out, do I want to ink the Strength of a Raging Fire or not? Now, one thing that I do find interesting is we could have just not inked anything and been able to play the Strength of a Raging, play the Tiana. And then when we play the Tiana next turn, we play the Pete to be able to blast a Genie, a Cheshire Cat, any 4-drop that comes down, an Iago. If he was to play an Iago here and you don't have an answer, then the game's over at that point. That Iago will trade into the Tiana and it will be game. Unless there's a Raja. If there is a Raja, then Raja would make it a little bit more difficult and he'd get a little bit more lore out of his characters. So we'll have to see what Amber Steel does have in his hand. We know there's a Pete. We do not know what the other card is. DKP really taking his time here, really thinking about the next couple lines. I wish he'd flash his hand again, so we could see what he's trying to decide to do. We have 42 minutes. It is only game 2, so there's plenty of time to make it to game 3. So no reason to rush in such a pivotal moment. Amber Steel is already on 5, showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on board. Inks the Hades, keeps a Tipo in hand. Now, is he going to double ramp? Or at least play Tipo? So if he plays Tipo, he goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He goes to 5 ink. So if he has double ramp in hand to take him straight to Hades, that would be a really big turn for him. So I wonder if that's what we're going to see him do here. And that's what's really causing him to slow down and think through his choices here. Shout out to the CCQ. They've had since day one. They've had two judges at this event, one on both sides of the table, kind of just watching over things, and that is something we do not see at these stream tables. You're lucky to see one judge at a stream table, and it's up to the chat and a lot of other people to kind of catch mistakes. But at this event, two judges, one on each side for each player, looking at the field, making sure, watching what's going on. So huge shout out to them. Another interesting thing about this event, so we are going to see the hypnotic strength for the Basil to remove the Daisy. So again, we do lose. Oh, because he does have the Rafiki. So he did have a Rafiki in hand. We did not see that earlier. So must have top decked that. So that is a pretty good turn because now Rafiki's going to be able to do some good damage. He could just ignore the Tiana attacks to take out the Aurora. And that would leave him. So he's currently at 5 ink. He's currently at 4 ink. So at 5, so he could ignore the Tiana attack to take out the Aurora if he really needed to. He's 3 turns away from Hades. So what he could do, depending on what Amber Steel plays here, he could send Rafiki into the Aurora and then Tipo to get to 6 ink. That would let him play Hades the next turn on Tiana. So we'll see if that happens. Because if he does, Amber Steel is only going to go up. Well, they're not going to go up a lot. So we see the peak come down. He's expecting an Into the Unknown, really afraid of that Into the Unknown. And we don't, just really respecting that card, wanting to get at least a little bit more lore out of that Tiana before it is banished. Are we? Oh, we are. We're going to see the Tipo inking to take us up to 5. We'll ink for turn to go to 6, which will then let us play Hades the turn after that on the Tiana. So really top tier decision there. And then now also Rafiki paying the tax, taking out the Aurora. No, not. Instead playing the Cheshire Cat. Because why not, right? Because you know Hades is going to come down. So knowing Hades is going to come down, you use Hades, take out the Tiana, and then you can take everything out. Cheshire Cat can take out Pete. Rafiki can take out Pete. And Cheshire Cat takes out the Aurora. And then just like that, the Amber Steel player is left with no board at all. Effectively, game over. So it goes up to 12 here. And going to be left with one quester at the end of this turn. Rough. Maybe because there's a world where we could. I think you just always play Hades, right? You always play Hades. You could play Into the Unknown. You could play Into the Unknown. Use Into the Unknown on the Tiana. Cheshire Cat then hits into the Raja. You move 2 damage to take out the Raja. Rafiki then takes out Pete. And I think you're perfectly fine with that, and it leaves your opponent with an Aurora. And I don't think if you're Blurple, you're too worried about the Aurora. Nope, just going Hades. All right, just getting the big body down, saying we're fine with that. We'll take that out. Send both characters into the Raja, Cheshire Cat into the Pete, getting that 3 damage. 3 damage is going to be able to let you move damage next turn as well. and now it's Murder, She Wrote. For all my old folks who know what that is. We do make the trade into Cheshire Cat, which is a super critical play that you have to make there because we do have the Doc. So if there's one way for Amber Steel to get back into it, Doc is going to be that way. And we'll see if it's going to be enough. But we do know there's an Elsa in hand. And using that guidebook, getting the draw, leaving us with 4 ink. So we can still ink to play the Elsa. Maybe take out the Doc if we wanted to. Or just develop the Dumbo so we can get some card draw. So a couple different options for the Blurple player. Elsa comes down. And this goes back to DKP's interview yesterday. DKP was talking about, he's been playing a lot of Blue Steel this set, and he talked about how it just wasn't doing it for him. He felt that Blue Steel was a little bit too linear. He felt that every move you made was forecasted and easy to play around. So he wanted to play a deck that allowed him more ways to utilize his level of skill, that let him utilize his capabilities and could not necessarily be played around. And we're seeing that from Blurple with a lot of plays that are very, some might say unorthodox, but getting him there. He finds a Hades off the top. You see Amber Steel is just, he's like, I can't believe this. I cannot believe the things that you are doing to me. So we're gonna see here, do we take out the Daisy or do we take out the Lilo? And we take out the Lilo just so that Lilo can't keep coming back turn after turn. And now Amber Steel only going to be able to go up to 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 here. We do have the Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse is going to make things rather difficult because that Daisy now becomes a 1/6. I believe it's +2. Yes. Oh my. Oh, God. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the definition of better lucky than good. Like, oh my goodness. Like, yes, DKP had to set himself up to be able to get into this position where he could do things like this. But if you were watching game 1, if you were watching game 2, this man's top decks have been absolutely busted. Not a bad top deck either game. Finding the top decks that he needed every single time. Just absolutely goated. He did top deck 2 Hades. Oh my. The definition of sometimes it's just all about who gets luckier. And these 2 games, it came down to DKP was just the luckier player. For those that missed game 1, we saw DKP. He had 3 Rafikis, he had a Basil, he had turn 2 ramp, a Cheshire Cat in his opening hand, and then game 2, a lot of the same kind of stuff. So now Amber Steel can still get there. He just needs a character off the top that does not get banished by Elsa. So we see the Lilo come down. Now, will he top deck an Elsa? Will he top deck an Elsa or a Hades? What is it? Or it could also be Demona. Looks like it's going to be a draw. Hypnotic Strength draws. Did he get it? Did he get it? Did he get a way to turn Penny sideways? Did he? Oh my goodness. That just, I don't have words. That feels so bad for Amber Steel to lose like that. He did nothing wrong those games. He had in my very little mistakes, if any mistakes at all, and just lost to dumb luck. Like, that was 100% how TCGs can go for you. Because sometimes it just comes down to who's the luckier player. Man, that feels terrible. Yeah, DKP. Yeah, he knew how lucky he was, right? Um, he knew just how lucky those top decks were. So he got a good chuckle out of it. Yeah, that was, oh my goodness, that was crazy. So he'll probably come on for an interview. We'll see what he has to say. But man, oh man, whew. The fact that he was able to, even his game two where he altered four and still found turn two ramp, and not just turn two ramp, he found sail for his turn two ramp. And then game one, for those who didn't see it, he was down to four ink with an Into the Unknown in hand and nothing else, and managed to top deck an inkable every single turn. Meanwhile, I played Blurple last night and I couldn't find turn two ramp after altering seven and bricked on four Hades. All right. How's everybody's doing though? Well, we're gonna watch to see if we do get an interview. Because I am kind of curious what DKP has to say for that grotesque amount of top deck power. But how are we doing today? Even a blind squirrel finds a nut every now and then, for sure, man. And again, it goes back to something I've said before in some of my videos. Like, you have to, yes, luck. All right, here we go. Let me get myself out of the way here. Hang on.
Would you like me to speak in Italian?
English is better.
No, I don't know Deutsch. That would be an issue. Okay, so is this the most solid deck right now? Yours, of course.
Yes, I think so. So far I beat two aggro decks on the draw against Dogs and Swiss, and now against Ember Steel. But maybe we can talk about that. That was unreal what happened.
Yeah, but still, the top deck quality of that list is incredible, right?
Yeah.
You can really say I'm fine. I'm fine. It's okay. Whatever I'm gonna draw, I will find solution, or I will find a good card, right?
Yeah.
There are no weakness.
Yeah. Technically there is because I play a lot of one drops, as you saw, like a lot of Basil Rafikis. You saw that. But I also play Develop and the books, so I can cycle through really fast. Play the Mona Hades, like I can draw a lot. So sometimes I can just skip like the bad cards, and then I won't draw them, and then I draw into the better cards.
Yeah, filter, clean your hand, helps you in that way. Okay, so are you excited for the next match?
I am. Like I expected to lose this, but wow. I mean, I'm like right now I'm so flabbergasted because what happened, like my mulligans.
Yeah.
I always kept like the one drops, the cat, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't need ramp. I just go normal curve, and then the deck always gave me ramp. Like the one top cut match before, I mulligan 7, miss ramp back to back, like 2 games back to back, miss ramp. I'm like, what is that? And now I mulligan for 2, I got 2 ramp cards. And then I draw 2 more T-pos. I got 4 ramp cards without trying. I'm like, oh my god.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Okay, so good luck.
Thank you.
Hope to see you next time.
All right. That was the big thing I wanted to hear. I wanted, like, shout out to DKP for just admitting, like, yeah, that was insane luck. So shout out to DKP for being humble enough to admit that and to say that. Because I know without a shadow of a doubt there's some people who would not and just go on there and kind of paint a different picture. But DKP, yeah, finding the ramp. Game 1 altered 2 cards to find ramp. Game 2 altered 4 cards, found ramp. And the fact of the matter is, he didn't even need ramp, but the ramp made, well, a huge deal, right? Getting up to those extra cards. I wonder why he didn't Hades and Into the Unknown. So if he would have, so the reason he didn't Hades and Into the Unknown is he wanted the 3 I think. Are you talking about the turn where he? We'll go back a second. Are you talking about the turn that he played the Raja? Or he had the Raja down in Bodyguard? Because if so, then the reason he didn't is that he wanted he wanted the damage on the Cheshire Cat so he can move damage around, right? Unless I'm thinking of a different turn or a different board state. Yeah, you're talking about this turn, correct? Where we know he has Into the Unknown in hand and Cheshire Cat. So Cheshire Cat could sing to take out the Raja there. But I think that he really wanted the 3 damage on the Cheshire Cat. That 3 damage on the Cheshire Cat forcing him or letting him move damage around and everything. So that way, well, doing what Cheshire Cat wants to do. Worst case scenario, Aurora trades into the Cheshire Cat and he's not questing for 1, which is a huge deal because he lost by 1 lore. Like, so there's that as well. Like he lost by 1 lore. So maybe that 1 lore would have come from the Aurora if he'd quested instead of taking out the Cheshire Cat. Gosh, you hate to see a game like that. Why do I do this? There we go. Yeah. Okay, so this was the board state. This was the board state where we know... Get your hands out of the way. All right, so... Okay, so we see him ink the Into the Unknown there. Okay, so the reason is because his last card is a genie right there. So he wouldn't have been able to even do it. At least I'm pretty sure it's a genie. Let's see if he reveals... Oh, it's an Elsa. Okay, so there's at least an Elsa and something else in hand. So, but yeah, so I think ultimately, regardless, it comes down to he just wanted to be able to move damage with Cheshire Cat. Is why he did it that way. Leaves him with an Elsa in hand, so... But that would be my guess. That would definitely be my guess. Finds the guidebook. Again, phenomenal top deck to get him back in the game. But if we go back really quick, let's go back to game 1 here. If you're Amber Steel, you're just like, you're so happy that you're facing a Blurple player, right? In top 8. And then for this to happen, I want to see his altar. So like this is his opening hand. So look at that opening hand. 2 Rafikis and a Basil. At this point, you pretty much know what your opponent's playing. You saw them at top tables yesterday. I don't know if it's open decklist, so that would definitely help as well. But look at this opening hand. 2 Rafiki. Like DKP knew what his opponent was on. Like he said it. I kept the Rafikis and because of being aggro. So he knew what his opponent was on. So 2 Rafikis, a Basil, Cheshire Cat. This is a perfect opening because it allows you to get those Rafikis down. It allows you to play a 3 cost on turn 3. You don't even need ramp. And so DKP keeps these 5, sends back the Bell and the Hades, and sends those back and still finds a sail off the top. Just absolutely insane. Just crazy. And in this game, for those who didn't see it, he found a 3rd Rafiki as well. So, craziness. Craziness. Man, oh man. How's your guys' day going? I said I'd be up for day 2. I did not realize that day 2 started at... How long is this stream been going? 3 hours. It started at 4 a.m. Eastern time. I did not realize it started that early, so I apologize. But I also don't feel super bad for not waking up at 4 a.m. So he does run Demona. I believe he's on. Well, we know he's on at least 2. We do not know if he's on more. After this weekend, well, if he's not on more than 2, he will definitely be on more than 2. He talked about how Demona has been the reason that he's won multiple games and been able to win multiple games. in his stream match against Amethyst Steel, Demona was the reason he was able to win game 1 and 2, because it came down, it fed him cards, it turned the Amethyst Steel player sideways, so that, and they were in this stalemate turn. So he was able to play that Demona to get into that backfield of Amethyst Steel. So if he's not on 3 at the moment, or 4, I'd imagine he'll be on 3 or 4 after this weekend. We'll see what he's playing next, though. Don't forget, guys, we also have CCS Day 2 happening today. So that's gonna be a good time. I wonder. Let's see if I can find the pairings of CCS. Actually, I'm going to change something really quick, so bear with me. I want to do that. Because I set this up quick, fast, and in a hurry, because for whatever reason, my stuff was jacked up in OBS this morning. So, okay, so this is the one I want. So, okay, bear with me. I'm going to turn something off for a second. We're going to turn this on. Yeah, so why is this not working? Bang. Okay, I wanted my display capture on, not my browser capture. So, okay, I want to go in here. So I'm in Discord. I want to go to the 20 lore page so I can get the player hub for. We'll check to. Okay, I want to get the player hub for CCS so we can see who's still kicking. So let's see. General chat, player hub, visit site. All right. So how do we find standings? And there we go. Okay. All right, so there's level 9001. Level 9001 is running dogs. We do know that. I'll zoom in for you guys so you guys can see it a little bit better. So 9001 running dogs, going undefeated into day 2. I do not know what the rest of these guys are on. We do see Sky in there. Dragon John's in there. So I recognize those names. Salty Gator, whoever that is. Bunch of names I don't recognize. This person was on stream at one point, but I do not remember what they are on. Let's see. This name looks familiar. Brandon Wigley. Is this Pandemonium Heart? Oh, was there 7 rounds yesterday, or was there 7 rounds yesterday? Well, that's weird. Oh yeah, wait, round 7. Oh, that's weird. So why doesn't that update in the Well, I'm confused now. Well, regardless, we know these players would have made it. And we know that Dragon John said that he went undefeated yesterday. Hang on. We'll get to the bottom of this. Go here. Dragon John's 7-0. Okay, so yeah. Man, Player Hub is dumb. Okay, so we know... Respectfully, no, it is dumb. Did he say what he was playing? Okay, I lied. One more post. 3-0. 3 times on the draw. Okay, but what was the mirror? He brags about winning on the mirror, but doesn't share what he's playing. What a dirtbag. Winning dice rolls for the week. But yeah, so this may or may not correct. He played on stream, Purple Steel. Okay, there we go. So, okay. Yeah. And in my opinion, Amethyst Steel, it just is the best deck in the format right now. It just, we kind of looked at this yesterday a little bit, and this isn't a perfect representation of the meta by any stretch of the imagination, but Amethyst Steel just has answers for everything. It has no bad matchup, and it only has really good matchups or meh matchups. And the deck's just fierce, right? I'll get my face out of the way here. But this, of course, is this is from Inkdex for those that don't know, and it's not a perfect representation, but it's the best representation that we do have for Lorcana. So it is what it is, and it's what we have to use if we want an idea of the meta. And because what Inkdex does somehow reports all the games, right? Or sees all the games that are reported. I don't know how it does it because, yeah, I honestly have no idea how it does this, how he gets these percentages, because he only gets decks that are submitted. And when we submit decks, there's no submitting like what played what. So I'm not sure how these numbers come to be. I'll have to email him sometime and ask. But yeah, it's just so good when you can go into an event and your only negative matchup, at least on a meta report, is Blue Steel allies, which is, I guess, Blue Steel here 43%. But the thing about Blue Steel right now is Blue Steel is just having a hard time against Green Blue. Against Green Blue. Also, it's not the best matchup into an experienced Blurple player. Purple Steel can still go under it a little bit. That would be my guess, right? I mean, that's how you'd have to do it, right? So you have some kind of way that analyzes all of that stuff. And I think that it was definitely easier for him to get more accurate numbers off of Melee, and some way to do it off of Melee, just because Melee people reported their stuff more in Melee, whereas Player Hub, not so much. Well, I don't know. Never mind. Maybe because I remember there was a lot of the times I'd go to events and they would just stop using Melee and Top Cut. So, and they would just they would draw the bracket out on a piece of paper. So maybe Player Hub is more reliable if he does do something like that can scrape through all of Player Hub. But I'll have to email him just because I'm curious about how he gets the numbers. He doesn't have to like give me any details. I'm just curious how he does it. I mean, he could give me all the details in the world, and I still wouldn't be able to replicate it. So, but yeah, this is all time, this is all time. So in the Whispers metagame, look at that, 2,655 matches for Purple Steel this set. This is only set 10. So let's look at Fable all time. How many games were played for Blurple? Blurple was 6,908. That's wild. Yeah, so if we go to overall, so you should be able to sort it. Maybe not. Maybe you can only sort by win rate. There. Oh gosh. Well, there you go, guys. Best deck in the format is indeed Emerald Ruby. All right, you saw it here first. 60% win rate. But this is also the other problem with Inkdex, is that you see Amethyst Steel here, and then you see Amethyst Steel here. So not the most reliable, right? But again, it's the best we have, and in my opinion, he's absolutely killing it by getting us any information at all. So that's why I like when I do my meta reports for my videos, I just look at top 8s, really, because we pull my information from there, just looking at what did well in top 8s, what was able to get from top 8 to first place, things like that. I just find it a little bit more reliable for actual usable information, because the other issue is green purple, where it says control here, that includes green purple Brainiac with the Amethyst Chromicon and Tempo. And then if we scroll down, we see Brainiac. So how are those being separated? Because it's slightly separated here. And then we see Blue Steel Ramp, Blue Steel Allies. So is it just because one has Jasmine and the other does not? But yeah, I don't know. Amethyst Steel is strong though. There's no arguing that. Amethyst Steel is an extremely strong deck. Especially where we're seeing dogs starting to get more popular as well across events. We saw that last week. I will be curious to see how many Amethyst Steel players end up being on Pete by the time that DLC Richmond comes around. And the reason I say that is that we're seeing a massive amount of green blue coming in, and green blue, their biggest win con into Amethyst Steel is the Prince Philip shift line. So if you can slow down Prince Philip shift line maybe one turn, that could be all that you need to be able to get back into the game. On top of them playing Olaf's now, then they have the ability to bounce those Cobras and other things. So was he able to fix that? Because I know that it wasn't separated the last time I looked, but maybe he did fix it. Maybe there are no more like Amethyst Chromicons and stuff in here. Because that would be the easiest way to fix it, is if you running whatever you're running to do it. If you're running something that says, hey, for green purple control, if you see an Amethyst Chromicon, then that goes in this section and not the other section. So that would be the easiest way to separate the two. So it looks like that's what he may have done. So that's nice then. That's good to see that was fixed. Did that say $500? $479? I didn't realize these green purple decks were so expensive. I mean, we are on the 4 Flynn's, 4 Dumbos. Dumbo's still a $44 card. Holy crap. I did not realize it was still so much, but it makes sense. It's ran in pretty much everything. Hades, $35. Demona, $29. What's Webby at? Webby, $16. Jeez Louise. I did not realize green purple was essentially a $500 deck after you pay for shipping and stuff. That's crazy. Crazy. We're getting up to Amber Steel times when Amber Steel was rocking like $600. What were we playing here in the ICL? If you guys haven't watched the ICL before, you guys are missing out. Put on by Wonderland. Absolutely phenomenal event that we get to watch. $425 for this one. Is there no Dumbo? So this one's $425 with no Dumbos in it. So if he added, because he's running Clarabelles. Clarabelles, okay, bringing the price down a little bit. I mean, imagine throwing 4 Dumbos in here, adding, what did we say, $45, $90, $180 to this, taking you up to $600. But yeah, the cows being the draw engine in this one. So you wouldn't run the cow plus Clarabelle, I don't think. Or sorry, the cow plus Clarabelle. The elephant plus Clarabelle, Dumbo plus Clarabelle, but you might. I'm curious. Season 2, week 8. I'll have to make sure I watch that one. Definitely been messing around with quite a bit green purple tempo myself. Of course, known for playing a lot of green purple this set and last set. Really enjoyed green purple as far as control goes with the Amethyst Chromicon, and really, really enjoying that, being able to play that. And I love the gameplay of that deck. With like it's an extremely rewarding deck, and I really enjoy that. But with so much Amethyst Steel, it can be for a really long day. And my local meta has now developed a love for a love for dogs. So we have a lot of dog players in my local meta, and dogs is a terrible, terrible, terrible matchup for green purple control, the Brainiac version with the Amethyst Chromicons. Now, this version from Dale running the 3 Emerald Chromicons ran this for the ICL. Shout out to a player in the Mad Hatters online tournament we're doing right now. He actually is running this in top 8 and doing really, really well with it. So we'll see if he's able to take the whole thing, beating out an Amethyst Steel player in his top 8 game on the play, luckily. But announcement arrived the publication. Hang on, we got this. Google Translate. No, I agree. Key Whisk. I agree, man. I think that the commercial is coming. We'll see each other. Oh, cool. They do a little alert that there's going to be a commercial. Or maybe a break. Or the game will be on in 1 minute and 30 seconds, maybe. But no, I agree. I really like this meta as well. I'm a big fan of this meta. I think it is extremely diverse. There's just so many different decks that you can play and do well. There's very little decks that you can play and not do well. And maybe there's still something to explore. Maybe there is something with racers that we haven't, because we haven't seen anyone run it at a major event, we say it's a bad deck. But maybe racers is the deck. They have the Sleepy Hollow location, the race, all the racetrack, speedway cards. Maybe it is the best deck in the format, and people just haven't explored it yet. But who knows, right? Maybe the Blue combo deck is the best deck in the format. We just haven't explored it enough yet. There's still a lot. And it could be that people are holding back stuff they're testing for DLC Richmond and don't want to get that out there. So maybe people sleep on Shark. Maybe there's something there. Exactly. So, and yeah, for Illuminite, if it's not playing Under the Sea. So the problem with Under the Sea in the green-purple Brainiac deck is that you're essentially just relying on luck. It is also that's it. That's it. You're playing in my opinion, a bad card in this meta to rely on luck to play a deck to maybe beat a deck that makes up a very small percentage of the meta in most places. So that's why I'm just not a fan of Under the Sea. Blue-green can Sapphire, Emerald, Baja Blast, whatever you want to call it. It can run Under the Sea because they can run Visions and Develop to search for it after they create their Singers. But green-purple control, you're just dead in the water if it gets stuck in your opening hand, because then they rip it with Ursula or Mowgli, and then you have to rely on top decking it. And that feels really bad also. So it's a little rough to run Under the Sea. So I've opted to just cut it completely. And it's been fine, but before we didn't have a huge meta of dog players in my local meta. And the reason for that is because my local meta doesn't have a lot of Amethyst Steel players. We have a lot of blue players in my local meta. So now they've switched to dogs, and unfortunately I get punished for that. So we'll see what we play next week. Maybe green-purple tempo, but again, green-purple tempo doesn't do super great into dogs either. There's not a lot you're doing with this. You kind of have to see Flynn to challenge into things, and then Cheshire, if you can get Cheshire Cat down, sure. But I mean, even I think Blurple might be better into dogs than this is. So, but I don't know. We have to mess around. I've never enjoyed Amethyst Steel, when I play it. So I don't know if that's really the deck that I want to play. If I really wanted to get sweaty, I could, and I think I'd do perfectly fine in my local meta with Amethyst Steel, but I just don't enjoy playing it, and I have to play a deck that I enjoy. Let's see. Blurple, Blue Steel. Been seeing a lot of people find success with the Circle of Life list, but I've also been seeing a lot of people just completely get decimated by just not drawing the cards they needed in the matchup. So the deck, when it rolls hard. Like, it rolls over everything, but when it does not, that deck just feels awful. When you're staring at your board and you have like 3 1-questers down and nothing you can do with those 1-questers, feels pretty bad, because you can't find a Circle of Life, or maybe you find the circle but you can't discard anything. So there's that problem, right? So checking to see if there's anything going on Twitch that we can kind of just tune in on, but it doesn't look like there is. Doesn't look like there is. So we are going into top 4. So we know DKP's in top 4. I do not know about anything. Wait, bracket. What's bracket do in the comment section? Nothing, apparently. All right. Okay. Sorry, I'm just fixing a couple things. Like I said, I literally woke up, saw that it was in the top 8 on my phone, got out of bed, started the stream, ran downstairs to get some water, and we're doing it. We're doing it live, so I'm still having to set some things up. So my 2 decks, either red blue or red steel, are fairly good against the local aggro and are fun to play as well. I'm actually thinking of tweaking the red steel for Infinity Weekend. Infinity Weekend, I've got to admit, I was not going to do anything for Infinity Weekend. I was simply going to take a set 10 deck and just run that for an Infinity Weekend and just get my cards and go home. But I'm actually pretty excited. I have a I'm going to run an Amber Steel song list. I'm going to run a green blue control list because I really miss the muses. And I don't know what else I'm going to run yet. But those 2 for sure. And I'm really excited. I'm actually really excited for Infinity. I think I'm extra motivated, though, because I'm hopefully going to get a ticket for DLC Indianapolis, which is Infinity. So I need to find a deck for that and figure out what I'm going to run for that. With that being said, I hope that we see some bans before DLC Infinity. Will we? I don't know. But if we don't, and we also have 1 set. I saw someone say there's 2 sets before DLC Indianapolis in Infinity Weekend. If that's the case, anything can happen for Infinity. Absolutely anything could happen. So it's really hard to kind of make a choice, but I do want to pay a little bit more attention to Infinity choices. So people in my local game store will probably play the most toxic Diablo discards under the sun. So the thing with Diablo discards is Diablo discards have not been doing well at any events whatsoever, right? We haven't seen them win many. We haven't seen them doing a lot of top cuts. So it's hard to, I don't know. And I think part of it is because the aggro decks are able to go underneath those Diablo discard decks, and Blue Steel items just doesn't care about discard because they have Hiram. So Hiram is sitting there just outdrawing all of their stuff because Hiram is just so powerful. On top of, they run the Scrooges, which lets them get those items. If you discard their lucky dime, they don't care about that because they're going to get it back later with Tamatoa. They play Bell on turn 1, let the Storm Rage on, or Strength on your Diablo turn 2. So yeah. And we don't need ban, like, we could be perfectly fine without bans, especially if there is 2 sets coming out before then, because again, who knows what we're going to get. They may just turn Infinity on its head completely. But it would be nice. Like, I wouldn't complain about a ban in Amber Steel. Like, screw it. Just ban Hiram again. Ban, I don't know. What makes Amber Steel aggro so good right now? A lot of stuff. Cindy, let the Storm Rage on. Strength of a Raging Fire. Rhino's not such a big contender, but I don't know, because you can't agree on, or you can't go ahead and ban Hiram again and not touch Amber Steel. So if you were to do it, then I've played Zero Infinity, right? I've played Zero Infinity. All I have is to look at the decks that are doing really well. And when you look at the decks that are doing really well, you look at the last set that in like the post rotation, right? And that was Amber Steel aggro, and that was blue. No, it wasn't even Amber Steel aggro. Wasn't even in the conversation. It was red, blue, and blue steel, and then a couple people who ran Steel Song still to try and counter blue steel. So, and then when they banned Hiram, those 2 decks disappeared until DKP came out with red, blue, shark, burn. So, and then that deck, in my opinion, just got better when Hiram got banned. So, correct, it did. Like, for sure. No, it won the last. I think it's won 2 of the 2 big Infinity events that we've had. We saw Amber Steel aggro win 2 of them. We saw Wochuk win with a Steel Song, but I think that was last set. Infinity. Jeez. Wait, can we look at tournaments? Infinity. Yeah, so I think this was the Amber Steel aggro one. Yeah, Amber Steel aggro. So yeah, so that's just it, right? Like, Amber Steel aggro would have to be dealt with. It is completely, because it got, Amber Steel aggro got some mean cards this set in, well, it got Lady, right? But we've had Lady, but it got, like, let's see what this deck was running. Looks like, God, I miss Rapunzel so much. Raja, though, is a great bodyguard. You no longer have to run the Pluto if you don't want to. So this version running Piglets and Nala's, just saying, let me see my turn 2 3-quester that also comes down with Lady. So, look, more Amber Steel aggro coming in there. Let's see what this one will be on. Piglet. So no Nala's in this one. So opting to run the 4 Zeuses, though, in this one. So going in, so not as aggro as the other list. I miss Rapunzel. I don't know if I said that yet. Personally, though, like, it comes down to the fact that I'm just a huge fan of bans. Like, well, okay, I'll step back. I loved bans and reworks in Hearthstone. And the reason I loved bans and reworks in Hearthstone is because it didn't affect people's wallet that much. I love the idea of bans. I love the idea of constantly shaking up the meta. A ban, a rework, things like that. I will never be opposed to a lot of bans and reworks. What I am opposed to is the fact that we do a ban and it affects people's bottom dollar so much in a real trading card game. That being one with cardboard, where you have to own the card to play it at a tournament. And that is why it's hard for me to make an argument. I like the idea of bans. I hate that bans are so expensive for people. Look at green purple tempo. It's a $500 deck. If all of a sudden you were to ban Dumbo, then those players lose out on 160, 190, no, $180 from those Dumbos. And that just feels bad. Like, no one wins in that situation for the sake of shaking up the meta, right? The only people who win in that situation are the ones who couldn't afford the Dumbo to begin with. And so that just feels really bad. And for that reason, I don't, like, it's hard for me to get behind bans actually happening. Do I like bans because it shakes up the meta? Yes. I'd be fine with shaking up the meta multiple times a set if you could do something where people ran proxies, right? If people could run proxies, sure. Because then it doesn't matter about their bottom dollar. Or it doesn't matter that the Dumbo is now worth, $2, right? But that will never happen because that's not how you make money as a card game. With each set plus no one really breaking infinity yet because it's there's no reason to. So everybody's showing up to events with whatever was good pre-rotation, post-ban. We're even just pre-rotation with like pre-ban. Because there's no reason to put a whole lot of effort into it when we have core constructed DLCs. Well, so here's the thing, right? If you ban supporting cards, sometimes so Hearthstone would ban supporting cards. And the reason for that is because it was cheaper for the player, right? They would ban these supporting cards instead of banning legendaries. No, it wasn't cheaper for the player. What happened is when they banned a legendary or they reworked a legendary, you got your coins back so you could buy cards and you got full value. So a legendary was 3,200 coins, so you'd get 3,200 coins back. So Hearthstone always banned common cards instead of legendary cards. So it didn't matter there, right? And now in Hearthstone, if you ban the supporting cards, you're essentially hurting the legendary as well. Like, let's say Hiram was a legendary. If you ban Fortisphere and Popsicle, Hiram is not going to be worth as much as a legendary anymore because the cards that make it good are now banned. So I don't think banning the supporting cards are the answer either, right? I don't know. It's tough with a card game. Maybe you buff a card, but when you buff a card, if it knocks out that legendary from being playable, then that's going to hurt the value. And maybe that's just card games in general, right? Maybe that's just what can happen. All right, looks like our next round is about to come up. Hiram ban originally was a terrible move for the game when we could have waited till set 8 to see if it do great. Let's do this. Actually, we'll just do this. We don't know how long they're going to be here. I mean, so the thing about, if there was ever a time for a ban, right, if we really wanted to see one, look at what Hiram did. If we go back to those metas, how much of the metas was how much of the total representation of the meta was Hiram in? But at the same time, like, I don't even think you... All right, here we go. DKP versus Dogs. We'll talk about that another time. So this gentleman, we saw him on stream yesterday, I believe. Oh, a limit would be interesting. I haven't even thought about that, what that would look like. Interesting. Okay, so we do have a match here. Look at his Fox. We did not see this gentleman on stream yesterday. I would certainly remember if we saw him on stream. He uses a Fox to annotate where his hand is at. Really cool. Really like that. That is awesome. Looks like the judge may not like it, though. Leave the man alone with his Fox. Let it be. Oh, let me make this bigger. Apologies. Leave the man alone with his Fox, all right? All right, ladies and gentlemen, what does the Fox actually say? You have the same fox? That's awesome. All right, looks like the judge is letting him play it. So he plays with the gloves because he has a like a medical issue where his hands will get super dry after playing a lot. So he'll play with the gloves, and that helps protect his hands, and that's the reason for that. At least that's what he said. So, but yeah, so that's a common thing with DKP. If you watch him, you'll see that in the later rounds or in day 2, he'll have those blue medical gloves on, simply protecting his hands. So maybe it's super sweaty. Maybe that's what it is. I guess that'd still be a medical issue. All right, so we see 3 go down from DKP. We see 5 go down from our dogs player. And here we go. Looks like DKP is going to be on the play here. He did alter first. Typically, you'll see that the player that alters first is the player on the play. That trying to get a little bit of information as the player on the draw. Maybe you alter a little bit less if they alter 7. Maybe you alter a little bit more if they alter 1. It's up to you to do with that knowledge as you please. Personally, it doesn't change much for me if my opponent alters none or 7. It really changes nothing with my alter, because it's your card game. Don't change your strategy based off of what your opponent's necessarily doing. A lot of the time in a game like Lorcana, if you just stick to what you know works for your deck, you'll be okay. But hey, some people believe that's a whole nother skill set, knowing how many to alter based off of your opponent's alter. But let's be honest, if you're playing against a blue deck and they alter 7, all that tells you is that they don't have ramp. So what's that going to change about your alter? Nothing. All right, we see a develop going to the Inkwell for a Rafiki coming down. And let's see how Dogs is going to respond. We do see that we are playing Rajas in this dog list. So we'll see. Are we a Chromicon player? Yesterday we saw a really neat dogs list. He was running it was a Circle of Life dogs list that was running the Lost in the Woods and Under the Sea. But here in his list, we do see some Elsas, Demona, Genie, and Hades. So not the most optimal hand. Genie's kind of a card you're not really interested in seeing into this matchup. So a little bit slower, uninkable, things like that. So whereas one card you really want to see is that Demona. So we'll see how long DKP tries to hold on to that Demona, hoping to get that card down to force the Dogs player to... Oh my gosh, the Triple Daisy on turn 2, and Daisy reveals an action instead of a character, sending it to the bottom of the deck, that guidebook. Triple Daisy, ladies and gentlemen. DKP not looking like he's having the same kind of luck this game that he did last. But we are going to see the Cheshire Cat come down here. No, really? Opting to play the Genie. I suspect, because he top deck a second Hades. So playing the Genie because he couldn't afford to play the Inkable and getting stuck on 3 uninkables in his hand. So that feels really bad. Not the card that you're going to want to be kind of inking it in this turn. So next turn we do have the Elsa that can come down. So Elsa plus Genie will be able to take on a Daisy. Now DKP has to decide, do I send Rafiki into the Daisy Duck? If you do, that does slow down your opponent a little bit, because you can have another Daisy trade into the Rafiki and take it out, slowing them down just a smidge. We do see the judges there. The judges having a little conversation there on the side. Okay, looks like the judges are done though. So we do challenge into the Daisy. We're going to slow him down by forcing him to kind of do a little trade to take out that Rafiki. Now here, if we see the Raja come down, I think that's just that may just be game over if we see Raja come down here. That Raja would be extremely devastating. And there it is. The Raja comes down, and that just destroys everything. At this point, if you're DKP, you have to see there's the Into the Unknown that he desperately, desperately, desperately needed. So we'll see if he's able to get there now. Next turn, questing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But if he does play that Iago, let's see if he decides to get that Iago down, because Iago could trade into the Raja, and then the Elsa plus Genie could take out another Daisy. Okay, so he's going to take out Raja this turn. Okay, all right. And that does send him to 5 ink, so still not quite enough to play the Hades next turn. But I don't believe... Okay, all right. Oh, and another Raja comes down. Oh my goodness. Well, we do get 3 characters off of those Daisy Ducks, and that Raja may be the beginning of the end. At this point, having to top deck an Into the Unknown, and he does not. He's going to have to send both characters into that Raja, leaving him with just a Tipo plus Iago. Yes, what an opener. What an opener from the Dogs player. All right, goes the next game. All right, 1 second. I've got to blow my nose, guys. No Spooky. Yeah, you're not going to see Spooky in very many Blurple decks. I'd imagine probably less than 1% of Blurple decks would be on Spooky. It's another uninkable that is higher cost. And we've seen that Spooky is just, a lot of the time, it's not doing you much good. And it's just feeding your opponent ink, so they no longer have to ink the rest of the game. So Spooky's just been kind of a negative value card in a lot of these decks, and you just don't see a lot of people running it. Now, if you can see Spooky into a second Spooky, you kind of just win. But a lot of times you play the Spooky and they just throw down all their cards anyways and just win anyways. Especially Amethyst Steel, that now you've given them all this ink and they're then able to throw down their entire hand on top of drawing a bunch of cards, and it's good night. Imagine it's best of 1 you're playing. Yeah, and that's why best of 1 at DLC Singapore, you saw so much Amethyst Steel, because at least you don't get beat out by aggro, right? You can. I see Dogs beat Amethyst Steel, but it's a little bit harder. So, and that's true. That's very true as well. And so that's the conversation, right? Because this meta keeps developing, because there's so much back and forth of that meta wheel constantly rotating, then maybe that's something Blurple can explore at this point, of saying, okay, Dogs is coming up now. Maybe we need to play Spooky. Maybe that is a line that we can take. But you have to remember that Dogs wasn't a popular deck, right? It hasn't been a popular deck. So, but now, yes, it definitely is getting much more popular. Even my local meta, where they've never played Dogs before besides 1 player, all of a sudden we have a bunch of Dogs players in our local meta. So, looking at the hand of DKP, we see Demona, we see turn 2 ramp. So DKP really holding a lot of value on those Demonas, saying, yes, it's a 6 cost uninkable. I won't be able to play it until, turn 5? Yeah, turn 5. The fact is that 6-cost Demona will force him to turn everything sideways for me to try and control the board state. So really holding a lot of value in that card, even being a 6-cost, saying I need to have this in my opening hand. And I think that is a big deal. I think a lot of players would opt to alter away that Demona because it is a higher cost card. So maybe there's something there. Maybe we'll see it get some value in this game because our dogs player doesn't play a bunch of ducks on turn 1 and 2. So we'll kind of see how that goes. Let's see if we get a little bit more of a game. But you have to remember, guys, DKP, maybe he used all of his luck last game. If you saw the top 8 match, he had disgusting luck against the Amber Steel player. That was pretty much his interview, was I can't believe how lucky I got. So, all right. So we see the guidebook going to the Inkwell and a Basil come down, which is a great turn 1. Basil, Rafiki, either one doing great things. Basil enabling your Elsa to hit for 4, doing a trade into maybe a lower health character that may come down. So Basil feeling good. Nice little turn 1. And then we do have the sail for turn 2 that we can throw down, which will then let us draw a card, ink, and ooh, it looks like a second, no. I thought there was a second Basil, but there's not. It looks like it was a genie. So we do ink the Raja. So if you are DKP, you've got to feel pretty good about that because Raja put in a lot of work last game, gaining you a lot of extra lore, using Bodyguard for those characters. And we do see the lady come down. So are we going to go super, super wide on this next turn? Ink a sail. That is 3 sails from DKP. He inked a sail, played a sail, and inked a sail, I believe, there. So going into our turn here, Daisy comes down, Webby comes down, Lady quests for 3, and getting that +1 from the Webby. So helping to just enable that +2 lore from take the lead off of Lady. So going up to 3, Basil not going to be enough to take out that Lady. Probably not going to turn sideways just to move 2 damage to it because then it would get banished by Webby. So we'll see. I'd imagine we play Iago here. I think Iago is your choice. Knowing that dog players don't run a lot of action removal. No, we're just not valuing the Iago. Let's see. All right, he's thinking about inking it, and he does ink it to play the genie. So not valuing that Iago. I suspect not valuing it just in case the dog player does run some kind of action, because if they do, then that's a massive tempo loss. That being said, do dog decks typically run any actions at all? And that's a question for you, chat, because we do see the Bobby Zamaruski throwing the Lilo in the discard. Really nice there. Now going to be able to bring back that Lilo over across multiple turns, which is super strong, especially if you are on Chromacon, because you have a Chromacon trigger now every single turn. Now, Genie is going to be able to take out the Lady here, so Basil can quest to take out that Lady, which I feel like has to be a pretty big target at this point in the game. Because it doesn't, so Basil, yeah, so I think we go there. Della Lullaby. Our deck's actually running the Della Lullaby, though. I wasn't aware that people were actually running it. I know that it could be put in the color pairing, but I did not know. And that is an interesting choice to run. But I guess you would run it strictly for the popularity of Iago, so it would do the job. We do not know. We have not seen a Chromacon yet. I would suspect that he is running Chromacons. The fact that there was a 30% representation of Amethyst Steel and he's up here in top 4, unless he just dodged Amethyst Steel all day, I think you have to run Chromacons if you're on green-yellow. Raj is a great card. The Bodyguard is super nice, but I don't think it's enough to hold Amethyst Steel at bay. But we have not seen a Chromacon yet, so we do not know. So DKP taking some time here to really think through what play he wants to make next. his hand a little unknown to us right now. We know that the Demona is in his hand, so that is something. Now, one thing though with the Demona is, yes, it will turn everything sideways, but Demona's not going to be able to challenge more than once. His hand a little bit too big right now to be able to challenge with that Demona. So he'd have to get his hand a little bit smaller to get a lot of value out of it. Now, if he can set up a big enough board before that point, then it's not really that big of a deal. You only need to clear his board one time with Demona for it to take full effect. We do see the quest from the Basil, so we're going to see some kind of challenge come in, giving that support to Genie. And I'd imagine we take out the lady here. Or do you want to take out the Daisy while you still can? Daisy is drawing you cards potentially. And a really interesting choice. Worst player. Thanks for the follow. He does take on the Daisy. So I think the Daisy's a really, really good move. So Lady's a little bit harder to trigger now, right? You're only on 2 ink, 3 cards in hand. Daisy is a little bit harder to get rid of later on. So we move the 1 damage. You have a couple options, right, to move the 1 damage. But I think this is the move, because if you didn't remove Daisy there, then it's going to be a little bit harder to remove later on with that 4 health. So the lady potentially questing for 3, or the Daisy 100% questing for 2. Let's see. So we are at 9. So we go if 10, 11, 12. If we do play enough characters, so we do have the Bobby. Looks like a lady off the top with the Bobby trigger, the Bobby Zamaruski. Oh my goodness, he is running the Lullaby. I wonder if this is open deck list or not. Because in my local meta at least, none of the dog players are running Lullaby. So he is running the Lullaby. So if he would have played the Ago, then it probably would have been lights out for DKP. So playing around that Lullaby top tier there, it makes me wonder if it actually is open deck list, because I have not seen a lot of dog players on Lullaby. So really interesting there. We see 2 ladies, Daisy, Mowgli, and Ursula go to the Inkwell. Now Lady is only going to quest for 1 this turn, not playing enough cards. So we do take out the Basil there. I wouldn't say that, Illuminite. Royce is arguably one of the best dog players there are. So to say that he's not playing dogs correctly, I think that's a tough statement to really put out there. I think you can just play it differently. But we do challenge into that Basil, losing now no quest here saying let's see what happens, but we do know that DKP does have Demona in hand, so that Demona is going to come down. Bell he is only going to be able to take out 2 characters, so it'll be interesting to see what he takes out. I can't imagine it's a lady, so maybe we do just take out Lady. So Bell takes out the Lady, Genie takes out the Tramp, just preventing that, because that way you prevent the Lady Shift from coming down next turn if he does draw an Inkable, so preventing those 1 costs from coming back. Because otherwise you take out a Bobby and a Webby, and that really doesn't impact much. So we'll kind of see what happens here and how DKP opts to go into this matchup. Diego broke dogs. Della makes Under the Sea usable in all matches. The nice thing about dogs is there wasn't a lot to figure out with dogs. Diego Royce, Melissa, they've all been on dogs for how many sets now? So it definitely helps their masterclass players on the deck. And what else is I think is really neat is they all play it differently right now. I guess Melissa is not on dogs really. She hasn't played it much this set, opting to play Amethyst Steel. But Diego opting to run the Under the Sea package versus not. So just slightly different ways to 100 ways to skin a horse, right? Skin a cat. I said skin a horse. So we do see the Demona coming down. Demona turning everything sideways and letting you draw some cards. Oh, and we see the Into the Unknown. So this could be really interesting. So Into the Unknown there, putting our dogs player at 4 ink. So, and he also got to draw 2 cards off that Demona. So a capability to just kind of throw down his entire hand here. And that's, one of the arguments of why Spooky isn't super great into dogs, because you spooky them and then they just throw everything down again. So you're forced to have a second Spooky in your hand. So we'll see how he responds here. And he's thinking, do I bring back the Lilo at this point? Do I top deck? And it looks like bringing back both Lilos. And looks like he top decks another Lilo. So I really like this decision, because now what he's doing is he's forcing him to trade into these Lilos and things like that. And then he's able to just spam the board with all of these cards. He's got 4 cards in hand with 4 ink. And now DKP has to decide, how am I going to make these trades? Well, you have to trade into the Lilos. You can't let him have that questing for 2 capability going into this match. So that slows DKP down, forces him to make some trades. And then if you're able to get to a healthy ink total, then you just slam down 3, 4, 5 characters. Now, is he able to with the fact that he didn't play anything that turn? I'm not sure. We didn't get a good look at what he's got, but we know there is a Lilo. Okay, so he does take out the Tramp, really valuing that. Takes out a Lilo and a Lilo. So getting rid of those, leaving our dogs player with 12 lore and 2 characters, both questing for 1, so representing 14. And let's see if he brings back those Lilos. A little bit of diminishing returns now, so opts to not bring back the Lilos, saying now it's time for me to go super wide. Turning 4 ink sideways. Nope, changing his mind. Says, never mind, I don't want to do that anymore. All right. Moment of truth. What was he holding on to? Inks a Webby. Goes up to 5 ink. Oh, the suspense. The suspense. Okay, turns 2 sideways, 3 sideways. For 3, we have Rajas, Chromicon. Because if you do play Chromicon here, next turn you can bring back all 3 Lilos. And that is going to be extremely bothersome for DKP to deal with. Okay, so going 5-4 Tramp, saying all he needs to find is a bunch of characters. If he finds a whole bunch of characters that he can just kind of throw down next turn, then it's going to be really tough there's all 4 Lilos, so able to play all the Lilos at this point from his discard. We still have not seen a Chromicon. Maybe he is on Under the Sea plus Lullaby, and that's, instead of Chromicons, opting to run that line. All right, so DKP does pop the guidebook, draws 2, plays the Hades. All right, takes out the Tramp. Thank you for the follow, the Mort Max. Hope you're enjoying the Bologna CCQ. It's been a really good day 2 so far. We saw we started at top 8 because I did not wake up at 4 a.m. to stream all of it, but it's been good games so far. Looks like DKP has 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 on board. So he has to be able to answer it here. He has to be able to set up that to be able to quest out next turn. So we'll see what he has. Bringing back 2 Lilos, saying, okay, I can't let you quest yet. I need you to slow down. I need you to challenge my characters. All right. So that represents... So he goes to 14. He's got 15, 16, 7. He's only got 19 on board with the lady plus lady. That lady will be able to quest for 3 next turn. So DKP only has to answer 4 characters here. If DKP is able to answer 4 characters here, then he's fine. And he can easily answer 4 characters here. The problem is he has to answer 4 characters and still develop stuff because he's not questing this turn. Well, he would quest for 2, but questing for 2 does not give him lethal the next turn. So we'll kind of see what happens. Now, if he plays a bunch of characters here, because okay, so DKP is on 8. So if he sends Dumbo and 3 other 4 questers, that leaves him 1 2 quester that will send him to 10. So at 10, next turn, he's able to quest for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So all he needs to do is play 1 character here. If he can play 1 character here, he has 20 lore on the next turn. So that's all he needs. 1 character that can quest for 1. Oh, man. We have Prime King Camsalot with the Prime sub. Thank you very much, man. Prime subs means the world to me. They really do, because you guys can use those Prime subs for absolutely anyone you want, and you opt to use it for me. So thank you. We do see the Hades come down from DKP, and that might be lights out. I do not think there's a way out now, because you send into 4 characters. You're only able to go up to 16 now. You really needed a Chromicon. So really curious if he is on Chromicons. We still have not seen it. The Gruski with the follow. Thanks a lot, brother. So not typically a follower goal as well. A new sub goal. Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate you for helping us hit that. I might turn those alerts off, though, as much as I don't want to, because I like celebrating those who do follow, sub, all that stuff. I know it can be a little annoying for you guys that are here for the match. So typically, no. Typically, they do not run Darling Deer. But who knows? Who knows, right? And my pleasure, King Camsalot. My pleasure to do this. I enjoy it, right? I enjoy the practice of casting. I enjoy doing it. I enjoy chatting with you guys. And I enjoy watching the games as well. So it gives me a good excuse to sit here and watch the games. Yes, and that is the go-go is 100% what DKP is trying to play around here. The go-go is the win con. Now there is 2 lore on there, so he's able to go to 16. So if he does have 2 go-go's in hand, then it is game. But it looks like he only has 1 card in hand. So imagine though that he does top deck. Okay, so double go-go is out of the picture. Plays the Lilos. And I think that's just game, because now We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, that's just game. So going to game 3, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks a lot, King. I appreciate that very much. Now, we could... Nope, we can't even take out Bell. So, yep. So going to the next game. So we've still seen no Chromicon and no Under the Sea. So I'm really interested in what his list looks like. Because you've got to imagine that if he is on the Lullaby, then he's on Under the Sea. But he could also just be on the Lullaby so that he can take out Iago's in a heavy Amethyst meta where it's become super popular. Then where Iago's become super popular, Lullaby is a great tech card. Maybe allows for some cheeky trades that you wouldn't have been able to do before, especially with Raja. So that could be something. So just very interested to see what his list is. Are we going to see an Under the Sea on this next game? Are we going to see a Chromicon on this next game? So Dogs was on the play going into this match. He was the higher seed, so he was on the play. DKP taking game 2, going into game 3 now. If you're DKP, what are you looking for here? I mean, turn 2 ramp is always great. If he can see what he saw against Amber Steel aggro, he's going to be really happy. Rafiki into Sail into Rafiki. So you have 2 Rafikis down on turn 2. That's a pretty good start. And then Cheshire Cat, not nearly as optimal in this matchup because Cheshire Cat, you're not getting a lot of damage counters on your characters. Now, one advantage of Cheshire Cat is that you could keep go-go value down because you move damage off your characters every turn when they challenge, and then that's kind of all she wrote. So Lullaby, I'm pretty sure gives all characters -2. We'll pull it up really quick while they shuffle. It could have been. So okay, so here's this. Okay, so Lullaby, it's an action song. Chosen opposing character gets -2 until the start of their next turn. Draw a card. So I think that Lullaby is strictly in there for an answer to Iago. I do not think that it's for Under the Sea, where it only is chosen character. I think if you're running Under the Sea, you run Lost in the Woods. So DKP altering 6. The Dogs player altering 7 there, saying, I am not... Oh, there is a Chromicon there. We did see Chromicon, so we do know that he is on Chromicons now. Also that some of his cards are upside down. I'm not triggered. My OCD will be perfectly fine knowing that he has a card that's upside down in his deck. I'll be fine. We're all fine here. Okay, so we'll see. Maybe will we see Chromicon come into play this turn? Or do you just alter 7 and say, I'm going to go incredibly fast? Diego said Lullaby is good for Calhoun as well. And yes, and exactly, 100%. Like, yes, it does more than answer Iago. It does allow some of your characters to trade, like Raja, right? It's great with Raja because it allows Raja to trade into so many different things. Maybe you boost a card with Tramp a whole lot, and you get to also then use that card, and it lives and takes out something else. So there are a lot of good opportunities for Lullaby. It's more than just the Iago answer, but it's also very beneficial that it is an Iago answer. Now, looking at the game, great start. We get the Bobby Zamaruski trigger going in, letting you throw that Lilo into the discard while also drawing you a card. So filtering through your hand, getting those Lilos in the discard is so big for this deck because what it allows you to do. Mowgli coming down, taking the Sail. Luckily for DKP, he does have Tipo. So is the better answer the Hypnotic Strength? And I think it is. All right, we do take the hypnotic strength, which I think is a top decision because it doesn't benefit you to take the sail if he has the TPO in hand. Now, if he did not have the TPO, you take the sail every day and you're happy. But now, because you take the hypnotic strength, that TPO can't do anything. Unless you're DKP and have God draws and you draw into a hypnotic strength. But he does ink the hypnotic strength. He decides to not hold on to that. Instead, really valuing those Iagos, the Elsa, the Belle, things like that. Oh, you're right. He does get to choose. I'm thinking Ursula for songs. He does get to choose. So, which is really interesting that he would choose to keep. See, that's a question I would ask in an interview. If I had the chance to interview DKP here, I would ask why he chose the sail or why he chose hypnotic strength over sail, especially having TPO in hand. So really interesting choice there that he went that route. Really curious on your guys' thoughts. What would you have preferred to have done there? Would you have preferred to keep the hypnotic or would you have preferred to keep the sail? Because you do get to choose. So we do see that DKP does play the Iago. Something interesting going on. Oh. Well, that's interesting. Oh, that is not how takebacks work. That is not how takebacks work at all. You can, ooh, that is not how takebacks work. Oh, that was interesting. All right, yep. So we had a take back there where DKP was not happy with the card that he inked. So DKP not happy with the card he inked. So he instead put it back in his hand to play or to ink an Iago instead. But the issue is that he had already played a card with his ink. All right. But we'll move on. So, we do see that Dogs is on Under the Sea. So really interesting options here. He does have Go-Go in there. He has an Under the Sea in there. Is that a Scrooge? He asked. Boozing, he did look at the judge. You could see off of the judge it, like he looked at it, said, yes, you can do it. That kind of thing. So yes, he did ask the judge. You don't need to ask your opponent for consent or appeal the takeback. So his opponent can appeal the judge call. If his opponent, you do not have to ask for consent. You can, if you want to do a takeback, you simply ask, you call a judge. You do not have to ask for permission from your opponent. But his opponent could have appealed that judge call and said, listen, how is he allowed to make a takeback for an ink when he's already used all of his ink? Like he inked his fourth card, he played a character, and then took back his ink. Like that too, like so he could have appealed that for a head judge call. But your opponent, as the opponent, you do not have to ask for consent to do a takeback. All right, so in this turn, we're gonna probably see the. Do we see the bell come down? Nope, we are gonna play Elsa here. All right, so we do have Bell in hand and Hades. So Bell can come down next turn, letting him answer that just move damage, which is going to let him take out a 1-drop, which feels really good. We'll kind of see, well, no. Like that wasn't a legal take back in my opinion. The judge said it was, but one thing to keep in mind is EU is very, very friendly on takebacks. EU has been allowing takebacks all for multiple sets, and that's why NA made takebacks more popular thing. That's why Ravensburger said takebacks is now going to be a thing for DLCs, because EU has been doing it for a long time and they're very, very friendly about it. Yes, they're just very friendly about it. But no, I do not believe that was how takebacks are supposed to work. Typically, you can take back as long as the game has not progressed. If you played an ink and then immediately realize you inked the wrong card, you can then ask for a take back. But once you've moved on with the game, I don't believe takebacks are allowed. But again, like I said, EU is very friendly with their takebacks. So, okay, so we do see Iago deal 4 damage into the Tramp, and we're going to see the Bell come down to move 2 damage to that Tramp to remove it. Moving 2 damage over to the Tramp, take it out, and just a massive, because this goes back. If he hadn't been able to do that take back, he would have 2 Tramps on the field right now and a Bobby to be able to quest to 15. That just feels really bad. But we'll move on past it. We'll move on past it because I think that's what's supposed to happen when you're casting a game and you don't focus on those things. So moving on. Moving on from that, we do see that our Dogs player is in a really rough place. It looks like he has 2 cards in hand, facing a field that can trade into his entire board, only able to quest to 13. So wondering, do I bring back the Lilo at this point? The advantage of bringing back the Lilo is that it does buy him time. So it does buy him time. His opponent's not able to quest, but DKP going into 7 ink, if he does find an inkable off the top, is going to feel really good. Being able to take out that Lilo so it can't come back anymore. We see that he does opt to not bring the Lilo back from his discard. Instead, playing a Go-Go, gaining 1 lore. What? Okay. I think I'm supposed to move on, right? But why on earth? Why is the judge pointing out things? Why did the judge just point at it and say, hey, you want to do 2 damage? You want to use Go-Go on Elsa because it has 2 damage on it. Like, come on now. At what point are we? No. Anyways, moving on. DKP plays Cheshire Cat. Cheshire Cat gets boosted, allowing him to move 2 damage from one of his characters to chosen opposing character. So we do see the removal of the Go-Go to Mago, and we then ink a lady to play a lady, bringing back 2 characters. So the Go-Go being a great card to come back. Now, Go-Go does lose some value because of Cheshire Cat, but Go-Go's only able to remove 2 damage at a time. So if DKP challenges into the lady, then there's nothing that he can do to prevent at least 2 damage on something. But DKP still has that Hades in hand, but has to draw an inkable. Oh, is that? You might, yeah, I think you're right. And that's probably why he chose the Iago, actually, thinking there was supposed to be 3 damage on the Iago. So Lady comes down. Lady's going to take, or Hades comes down. Hades is going to take out the Lady to prevent that Go-Go value. This would be such a different game. This would be such a different game if he didn't get to, yeah. So that's probably, we'll go back and look, but I'm yeah, I'm if I had my camera on right now, it can be reviewed, and we are going to look back at it because I'm very curious. This game has been something, and it just goes to show why we need a judge program so bad. Okay, so it looks like we are going to bring back Lilos here. How many Lilos is the question? So we finally find a Chromicon. So Chromicon gonna be able to bounce things a little bit, slow things down a little bit. So yeah, King, he is, right? He seems to be fine with it, right? No, he's chilling. He's just playing the game. So he does seem to be fine with it. Now, Chromicon does come down. Chromicon is going to slow things down a little bit. Remember, he can bounce his own characters here. So maybe what he does here is instead uses Chromicon to bounce his Lilo back to hand. So that's something that he could do. But if you're DKP, then DKP probably just takes out the Lilo. And if the Dogs player wants to bounce their Tramp, go ahead. That's perfectly fine. Because if you do take out the Tramp, you are giving them go-go value. You have to remember that there is a go-go in the hand of the Dogs player. So, and he does have Daisy down. So Daisy will take him to 17. Go-go will take him to 19. So this is a little bit of a tougher decision here on what he wants to do here. But I do think the right answer... Well, he does have so he does have Cheshire Cat. Cheshire Cat will be able to move the 2 damage when he does it. So what he can do is he can challenge Belle. He can send Belle into Tramp for 4 damage. Use the Cheshire Cat to move the 2 damage to the Lilo. All right, so we do see Dogs gets to draw 3 cards, and he is on 6 ink, so he does have the capability to just slam all of this down. So let's see how DKP does respond here now. He still has enough cards that he can ink and use Cheshire Cat ability here. So really tough turn for DKP to try and navigate through this. So Elsa, looks like Elsa's going to sing Into the Unknown. Into the Unknown is a top tier card right here because it does get past the Emerald Chromicon. Emerald Chromicon is when your character is banished, not when your character is removed from the field. So Into the Unknown would do a lot of damage here. Just got to make sure you get your sequencing correct. So Into the Unknown does come down, target the Tramp. Now he is able, that's a lot of ink. That's 7 ink that he could just spam the entire field with all that stuff. All right. Now DKP does have a lot of lore on board. He is on 7. He could quest to 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 here. He can quest a 15 here. So if he does take out a bunch of characters, but also there's a go-go in hand. So you have to still take out something. So I think you can quest with everything except for one character to take out the Daisy Duck or the Lilo. And I think that's what you have to do. I think you have to quest with everything. So like Spicy said, I think you have to quest with everything and challenge into a Daisy. Take the Daisy out. He'll bounce one character. But if you quest with everything but Iago, you go to 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And then you can quest out next turn. And your opponent would be forced to have 2 Go-Go's in hand to get the win. No, 2 Go-Go's wouldn't do it because he's only at 15. So he's go to 17, 2 Go-Go's. Correct. So I think, is there a way out? You're right. Can't quest. He did play Demona this turn. That you're correct. So can't quest with Demona. So I guess that does change. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And you have to take out one character. You have to take out at least one character here. That is not a choice. That is a 100% must. Oh, go-go math is so, or not go-go math, but Emerald Chromicon math is so difficult. Oh, no. Not you. Looks like we've got Put It In Me Coach has joined the chat as well. Just for you, man. So we do see the Cheshire Cat getting boosted, letting you move that damage now. So looks like Iago is going to trade into the Daisy. So now you can bounce something. So let's see what he opts to do here. So I think he's still just bounce the Iago. I think he still just bounced the Iago, right? Because you don't give him the Hades. You don't want him to have the Bell. I wonder if he was worried about lore totals there, and that's why he bounced the Bell. Now, what do you bounce here? The Iago. Okay. So DKP at 9, able to go to 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. All right, so throw those Lilos down, make it a little difficult. Then how wide can we go? How many 1-drop, 2-drops did he draw to get him there? All right, you got this, dogs. You've got to have a bunch of 1-drops and 2-drops. So a Lullaby is not going to, oh my goodness, his hand is not good. He's got a Lullaby, a Tramp, and a Go-Go. This is not an optimal hand that you want to see right now. Okay, opts to do that. Plays the Tramp. Looks at one card. Throws away, leaves a Go-Go in hand and a Tramp. So by leaving the Tramp in play, that does give him extra ability. Okay, so DKP has the Hades, and that's game. Oh, geez. Oh, what a whirlwind of emotions this game. What a whirlwind of emotions this game. So you move the 1 damage. Yep. Oh, geez. Into the unknown. Yeah, the judge won this game for his opponent. That was... Yes, it was. It was a massive judge thing, Tails. The judge did awful that game. And I'm not one to normally be negative towards the judges, but there was a lot of misplays. And we'll go back and we'll so here, let's find it, right? So here's the first big giant thing. I wouldn't say they're paying the judge. Okay, so here's the first big thing. He inked a Bell and played an Iago. So, I know. So, he inked a Bell and played an Iago. He played the Iago. He exerted all his ink. He moved forward with the game. You proceed, and then DKP's sitting there. He's thinking, that was weird. Why did I do this? Why would I opt to get rid of my Bell? He even goes as far as he almost quests with Tipo, and then he looks at the judge and asks the judge, hey, can I take back that? I inked the wrong card. So we'll play. You see the judge. He's like, yeah, man, that's fine. You can take back that. I know the game has gone on. He even goes as far as to leave the Iago on the field with only 3 ink in play. And then he's like, oh, but no, here's the best part. Here's the best part, right? This is the absolute best part, is that he asks the judge, can I take back that ink choice? I want the bell back in my hand. And the judge says, yeah, man, that's perfectly fine. I know the game has gone on, but let's go ahead, do your take back. And then the best part is that DKP continues to think about what he wants to ink while he has a 4-cost Iago on the field. So now he's sitting there with this card sitting there, and he's like, well, maybe I don't want to ink the Iago after all. Like, I'm a huge believer and supporter of takebacks. I love takebacks. I think I like that they're working to keep the integrity of the game, but there's a limit, right? There is a limit to what should be allowed in takebacks. I think he inked it on purpose and then realized that was the wrong move. He did not ink Iago thinking Iago was Bell. So also, I'm sorry. Thank you for the follows. I'll shout you out. Let me pull that up really quick. And then there's one other thing that we have to look at really quick that we'll take a gander at. But let me look at that. Lowly Lawyer 2020, thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate you. And Stevio Born, thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys. So that was massive. That changed everything. That getting that bell back, because that allowed him to remove the tramp later on. And that's what he lost by. He lost because he lost that 1 tramp. If he had had that tramp to quest for 2, he could have go-go'd. But yes, and then the next one, and this one I did not catch. So this was on you, chat. You guys caught this one. Let me see if we can find the right turn here. Okay, so Iago has 1 damage counter on it. So, okay, so Iago had 1 damage on it. No, Iago had 2 damage on it. Okay, no, we'll slow down a second. I mean, that is the whole point of takebacks, to do no. So yes, but no. So the takeback is wrong because takebacks are supposed to... You can't continue on with the game when you have takebacks, right? Like, so takebacks are there for the purpose of... And this has even been said by... What's his name? Chris Ryan... The Ravensburger gentleman who announced that takebacks were a rule, is that you can allow takebacks as long as the game has not moved forward. So you ink a card. Like, let's say I am DKP. I inked Iago, and then I was like, oh no, I put the wrong card down. Judge, take back. The judge comes over. He ensures that the game has not moved forward and revealed game information and done things, and then says, yes, that take back is allowed. Exactly. So, no, they said if the player taking back hasn't gained new info. They said you can't take back as long as the game state was not changed. But the game state was changed, right? The game state was changed because he played the Iago. And yeah, exactly. Like he inked a card. He proceeded with his turn. He played the Iago. He was even going to go as far as to challenge with the Tipo and then realized that, wait, I shouldn't have done that. So, like, the game had moved forward. The game had carried on at that point. I will bring that up to every judge, and I cannot imagine there's a judge that will tell me that, yeah, that's perfectly fine, except for the one that was sitting here in the corner. Yes, if he had never played Iago, then by all means, you can take back all day. because the game state has not changed. So, and yes, this is nothing against DKP. I will stand by DKP every day of the week and say that he has written the best Lorcana guide in the game. Like, and that he's a great player. He's the most winning of all Lorcana players, period. And that's even without winning world champs, right? Just his pedigree alone without world champs says that if you look at pedigrees, that he is without a doubt the best player. Like that's just how it is. On top of it being with a deck that he built and piloted and put together himself. So this is nothing against DKP. It has everything to do with what the judge did there, right? And that just shouldn't have been allowed. But it also proves that we need more information on takebacks. We need official rules on takebacks. Sure. Okay, sure. It's a moot point. It's a moot point. Sure. Yes. And real quick, I want to make sure that we're not missing top 2. So I want to pull this up. Okay. All right, it hasn't started yet because I do want to look at this next thing. So but yes, it's a moot point, yes, but it's just more proof that we need Ravensburger needs to quit publishing things that say, hey, we're going to do this thing and then not have any rules for it. The only rules we have for takebacks is that it was posted on a Discord server in a random chat. Okay, that's cool. So, but that's just it. And then you see things like this happen. So now if you go to DLC Richmond, is that allowed? Like if you're a new player and you're watching the DLC, you're watching CCQ Bologna, is that allowed? Well, I saw DKP do it and the judge allowed it. So why are we setting players up for failure, right? And then I am curious about this damage piece. So we're just going to look at that. So we see Elsa turn the lady sideways. Iago takes out Lilo. So we'll fast forward a little bit. Iago has 1 damage on it. Tramp comes down. So Tramp challenged into Iago challenged into something. Okay, so challenged into there. So he has 1 damage on him. Iago challenges into Tramp. He should go up to 3 damage there, but only goes up to 2. Bell comes down. Moves 2 damage. So that Iago should have 3 on it. Okay, so let's see what happens here with the dice. Okay, so the judge comes in and says, hey, that Iago should have 3 damage on it. Oh my goodness gracious. So yeah, we're just going to have to move on. So here's what happened. So that other judge came in and said, hey, that Iago should have 3 damage on it. So because that wasn't caught, why the Elsa went with 2 is because DKP is like, hey, I would have moved the damage from the 3 damage Iago instead of the 2 damage Elsa. So that's why the Iago went down to 1. Because he moved 2 damage from the Iago instead of the Bell. Or instead of the Elsa. We're just going to move on. Okay. That's fine. It's too early for this. Let's see. Okay. So what's going on with the chat? What's going on with the chat? I mean, I get your point, but in the end, he didn't draw or gain additional information. I am more concerned about the situations afterwards where he quests with Hades before Chromicon resolves and the damage. Okay? No, and I get that. And that's where... So Isis... Is your name really Isis? Isis8719. Man, I'm about to get in trouble with YouTube just for saying that on a Disney Lorcana game. 8719. Um I'm just gonna get flagged by the Air Force just for saying it. No, I agree, right? And that's why we need the judge program so bad, and we need clearance. How is it that Ravensburger was able to publish a fix for the Sleepy Hollow card, but cannot come out? I mean, takebacks are a bigger deal, right? But why is the only clarification on takebacks in a secret Discord that not all judges have access to, and the other information on takebacks from the official Discord that a lot of people don't see and read every minute of every day? Like, that's not how something like takebacks, which is a game deciding thing, should be handed out to the players. Period. And so it goes back to my frustration with that. All right? Like, it just goes back to my frustration with that mostly. In that maybe that take back is allowed, right? Maybe that is allowed because no game knowledge was gained, right? But the problem with that is, what's the limit? Can I now play 6 cards as long as I don't draw anything? Like, is that allowed? Because no game knowledge is gained? We just need clarification. That's all. If we had clarification, that's an easy thing, right? If we had a judge program, that's an easy thing. Alestrals had a judge program and has a judge program since day one, and it has like 1,000 people playing it. That's it. Like 1,000 players playing Alestrals. And it has a judge program. Riftbound has a judge program, and it hasn't even been out for 6 months yet. In the US, at least. So, I don't know. And then also, when the judge, I think this is what you're referring to with the damage, when the judge told the dogs player, hey man, don't use go-go on that character, use go-go on this character instead because there's more damage. Like, what's going on? Why? Okay. My opponent forgot to ink turn 2 at Milwaukee. Man, he must have been nervous if he forgot to ink turn 2. I told him to call a judge because they allow takebacks now. Called the judge and they ruled too much knowledge was gained. Oh man, he must have been so nervous. So this is pretty entertaining. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, man. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm sure I have some people that are not happy with me right now for having some of these opinions, and that's okay. That's life. We get opinions. So what's up, Stuart? We have DKP on Blurple going into finals. Dogs was in top 4, and we do not know what the other top 4 table was. So Hannibal, question. How are you allowed to quest with a character if the opponent's Chromacon isn't in your bag? Yeah, we didn't even look at that, right? Like, we didn't even look at that turn either. So I literally went back, and it is all about gaining new info on takebacks, not making any plays. And the re-ink was literally ink play Iago. Wait, no, I don't want to ink this. So it's not there. There was a gap between the ink and the play of Iago. All right, well, let's play a game. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just 100% wrong, right? But let's go to, where is it at? Rune Blazers, Pet Cord, Tournament Losers, Alestrals, Official. Where is it at? Lorcana Rulebook Hub. Okay. So where is General at? Like, let's just ask, right? All right, questions on takebacks from the CCQ. And we'll go ahead and we won't even include names. So Blurple player inked a 5-cost bell and played Iago. Blurple player then decided he inked the wrong card. Blurple player then asked for a take back to pick up his ink and ink a different card. Allowable take back or not? Let's just see what they have to say in the rulebook hub. All right, we'll ask judges that are people that are actual DLC judges and not I, who am definitely not a DLC judge. So, okay. I don't know if it's that either, and maybe it is, right? Like, maybe that is part of it. Maybe they are. Maybe there is a world where they're nervous because they're sitting next to DKP, and but yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, right? So. Yeah, this is what happens when there's no judge program. Takebacks are trash, period. Community guidelines before official documents exist. I mean, so in the Air Force, right? I'll use the Air Force. It's a pretty big business. We had a leader that made a ruling, made a new regulation that to attend Airman Leadership School or any professional military education to make rank, you have to attend these to sew on your next rank. They you had to take a PT test within your first 5 days. And if you could not take a PT test within your first 5 days, then you could not attend PME. So that held back people from being able to make rank, and it impacts people's paycheck. And he made that a rule without getting it officially gone through legal and all these other things to make sure it was all allowable. So that rule came to be, and then legal made him turn that rule around and said, hey, whoa, we need to make this an official regulation first. You can't just do this without a regulation, without backing behind it, because now it's real, right? And now it sets clear expectations for everyone. And it said, you cannot attend professional military education while on a medical waiver, because you cannot take the PT test. And so there was just official, right? It was just official. That's it. But here we have finals. Thanks for waking up early to covering all this. My pleasure, man. My pleasure. It's Purple Steel versus Blurple. Okay, that one makes sense. Lots of Purple Steel there. All people take advantage of all gray areas of the games for sure. Like, and that's, I mean, if there's an inch, what is the phrase? Take an inch, take a mile, something along give them an inch, take a mile. I don't know, something like that. Oh, what are my opinion of the top 3 decks in the meta? So my opinion of the top 3 decks in the meta are probably, I mean, Purple Steel for sure. Oh, it's Blue Steel. We have Blue Steel versus Blurple. Wait. Oh, this is the other top 4 match. Oh, they're showing us both top 4s. So this is really exciting. So we have Blue Steel versus Dogs here in the other top 4 match. So this is really cool. I'm really happy they did this. Shout out to the CCQ for making this a thing. So my opinion of the top 3 decks in the meta. Purple Steel for sure. Dogs and Green Blue. Probably Purple Steel, Dogs, and Green Blue. And I know that may be a hot take saying Green Blue. I just think Green Blue with the Cindy package has a lot of different answers. They can high roll really well. It is really dependent on Clarabelle, yes, but I don't know. I just think it has a lot going for it. And then Dogs is just good, and I've seen it be super good because I have Royce in my local area, and he just decimates everything with dogs. It's disgusting. But looking at this match, we could talk more about that later in between this match and finals. We see dogs versus blue steel. So dogs starting off with that lady, which is going to be a great start, especially if he can play the tramp on turn 2. Getting that early 3 lore is going to be a really big deal. So that's going to be really nice to see. We'll see if he's able. So Scrooge comes down. Not gonna be able to get all the strength. We do ink the Chromicon, or not ink. We discard the Chromicon from the Scrooge McDuck. Remember, Scrooge is a must ability. That is not a may ability, like something like Bobby Zamaruski, where it is a may ability. You do not have to draw and discard. We do see the Tipo come down from Simone. I don't think it's Simone, but it could be. It could be Simone. We ink the Strength of a Raging Fire. So seeing that Strength of a Raging Fire is a really big deal because that tells us that the blue steel player is most likely on aerial. And the reason I say that is most blue steel players are not currently running the aerial or running Strength of a Raging Fire unless they're on the Strength of a Raging, unless they're on the aerial, the 6-cost aerial that does 3 damage when you play a song, when you pay 2 ink. Meanwhile, Stefano, he plays a lady plus Lilo, letting the lady quest, the Scrooge quest for 2, moving up, and this is a pretty wide board. This is exactly what Blue Steel does not want to see from a dogs player. We do get our Sydney down. So Sydney's going to be really big because next turn he is now able to play that Tinkerbell that he has in hand. And that's going to be a huge impact on the board, making it a little bit harder for our dogs player to turn sideways. But this turn he is going to go up to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, possibly 13 this turn. So we'll see what happens here. All right. So Donald, I do see the Air Force has a waiver for everything. This is actually not waiverable. The whole PT test and professional military education thing, it is not waiverable. So if you you cannot get a waiver to do it. And we can talk more about that. But they're very serious about it. But the dogs player does throw down the Emerald Chromicon. One thing that we did not see last game at all that we so desperately needed later in the game, that Emerald Chromicon comes down and it allows for so much because now you're going to be able to bounce all those cards. The problem is Tinkerbell is just going to continue to deal that damage over and over and over again. So do you really want to bounce that Tinkerbell back to hand? Spooky could be something, but I think Tinkerbell is more than enough, right? Because if you play Tinkerbell here, it puts 1 damage on everything. Yeah, I think Tinkerbell's still enough, right? So he challenged with Tipo for a very important reason. He challenged with Tipo to set up the Tinkerbell play. Because now what can happen is he can challenge Lady again with the Tipo to take it out with the Tinkerbell. But Chromicon does make things a little bit more difficult because now if he plays Tinkerbell, it deals 1 damage to everything, removes nothing. Oh, but does the dogs player just bounce his own characters instead of bouncing the Tinkerbell? Okay, so here he's going to bounce something. Saddest Boy, I'm not sure. I did not see it today in top 8, but I did not wake up for top 16. So, all right, he does bounce the Tipo there. He's going to play that Tinkerbell now. 1 damage on everything. All right, let's see how we navigate this now. All right, definitely some interesting choices to be had here. Now the Scrooge will not go back into hand. So that is a big deal. That is really impactful. Tinkerbell able to take out 2 characters here. Sitting on 11 ink. Definitely a tough play. But you are able to quest 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, possibly 6. You're possibly able to go to 18 this turn. I don't think you'd have to, Lorcana Dad. I think you can just simply quest to 18, and then you force him to have a Hades, right? Because he has to have Hades here to even have a chance. Hades to hit Daisy. But even then, that's not... Oh, he goes to 16. I can't math. Who needs math, right? I can't math, but that's okay. Dogs is situated very well right now. That is definitely for sure. Okay, so here comes the Chromicon math. Okay, so we do hit the lady. Then we can deal 2 damage. We hit the other lady. So now he can bounce both characters. I've got to look at something. During your opponent's turn, whenever one of your characters is banished. All right. So, we do see the second Tinkerbell come down, this time opting to bounce both characters. We do quest 18 here. Going to throw that Lilo down. Most likely a 1-drop in hand. Quest for 2 with that Daisy Duck. Vincenzo comes down. Vincenzo is going to be really helpful here. Vincenzo able to take out that Daisy. So definitely a helpful card to see off the top here. We'll kind of see. It still brings the question of being, I wonder if Chromicon was ever better off just bringing back your own characters, right? Because if you had bounced Scrooge plus Lilo to hand instead of Tinkerbell's, then I guess you would have, yeah, if you would have bounced your own characters back to hand, given them full health, played them again, readied, if that may have been the play. But we'll see how it works out. We do have, you have to somehow take out both characters here. Tinkerbell will not be able to do it. Vincenzo does not do it. Not enough. All right, there we go. So in the end, it doesn't matter. 2 characters that quest for 2 is more than enough. And it makes you wonder, is there a way for Blue Steel to win this matchup? Our Blue Steel players saw almost a perfect hand. If he is on Mulan or Captain Hooks, then there is a possibility there that Captain Hook could have taken out the lady, preventing a total of 4 lore at least, right? So Captain Hook could have done a lot of damage there. Again, you need Spooky on 6 ink, yeah, not Tink. So and that could be it, right? So maybe there isn't. Captain Hook would have helped though. A Captain Hook hitting his lady earlier on would have had him at 15 ink there. Or 15 lore. So correct. He wouldn't have been able to bounce the duck. That's correct, right? Well, and the Scrooge McDuck is only when he's challenged. I was reading the Chromicon. Chromicon is when any character is banished. So he could bounce like his own characters to hand. But yes, I think this is a very tough matchup that Blue Steel does want to certainly dodge. He didn't want the second bounce that turn because he would have been able to replay the Tink to banish. Yeah. Oh, good point. Very good point. Very good point. Very good point. So Not going to lie, my Inkcaster list wrecked Blurple, Green, Blue, and Sapphire Steel, as it should. Those aggro Inkcaster lists are built to just not beat Blue, but decimate Blue on every level. That's what those Inkcaster lists are trying to do. Those aggro Green, Purple, Emerald, Amethyst lists. They ramp all day. That's perfectly fine because you just get to 20 before they ever play a character. All right. Here we go. Game 2. We do have Blue Steel on the play this turn, seeing if he can take it back. Looks like a good start in the hand. This list also on the Lullaby. So Lullaby getting extremely popular right now. Oh, and a horse that's Horseman Strikes, right? Is that the name of it? Horseman Strikes, that removes an evasive and draws a card. So an interesting tech choice there. Probably the first time I've seen that in a Dogs list. So really cool option there. A card that we have not seen. A lot of people in preseason were really talking about how that card would be kind of the meta definer and how important and big it was going to be. And then we've kind of just not seen it played at all. So maybe we'll get to see it this game, but unfortunately a little bit slow if you wanted to play that. And we top deck another one. So I think the only way we'll see play this game is in the Inkwell. With it being inkable though, why not? It's not the worst tech card in the world. Yeah, exactly. It's a great tech for Blurple and Ruby Amethyst Evasive. And that is a thing. There are some Ruby Amethyst players that are still running those Maui Half Sharks, so it answers that relatively easily, or very easily. Answers those other evasive characters that you don't want to deal with. So, okay, so our Blue Steel player is on the aerial package. You see that 6-cost aerial in his hand, and we do have a Captain Hook this time. So 2 Captain Hooks at that. So definitely going to be able to do some damage this turn. So no, we do have a Tipo as well. So Tipo is going to be able to come down into a Captain Hook next turn. I wonder, do we ever play? Nope, we just go straight for the Tipo. And just like that, that's a lot to slow this match down. That is a lot to slow this match down. We'll see what happens here. So Captain Hook goes for a little quest, goes for a little adventure because Daisy Duck's not going to be able to take him out on his own. Now, if, for example, Dogs was running Webby, he could be punished a lot here. If he was running Webby, but he does run Tramp, so Tramp able to take out that Captain Hook. A really big, unfortunate misplay from Blue Steel there, questing, trying to think, I'm the aggro player. Well, Blue Steel, unfortunately, you are not the aggro player here. And Dogs does run that beautiful Tramp card that is giving attack to his character to let him take out that Captain Hook. The one card in the deck that is going to help him to win this matchup. So luckily, Blue Steel does have a second Captain Hook, but still, that is a major letdown because now you could have a field of 2 Captain Hooks and a Tipo able to take out that Daisy. We'll kind of see what happens here. Next turn, Blue Steel is able to play the Namari. But let's see. So Lady comes down. We play an Ursula. We take that Thunderbolt. And just like that, we're in top deck mode. Just like that. Just like that. We are in top deck mode. Tramp goes on a little quest. Goes on a little run. Goes for a little walk. And we top deck a Hades? We top decked a Hades. Oh, no. That is not what we want to do here. Top decking a Hades means that we cannot even play that Namari. Do you ink the Namari in case you draw, a 6 cost? That is a Hades, right? He's holding it like he's thinking about inking it. Okay, so that was the Namari. So he inks the Namari. I don't even know if you ink the Namari. He passes turn there. Does not quest. Oh my goodness. Plays a Lilo. Plays a Daisy. We're going on a little walk. Tramp Tramp has got his girl Lady with him. They're going on a walk. Ursula's along for the ride. No songs to steal this time. Questing. Oh boy. Oh boy. So we do get up to 6 ink now. Hades is just going to be a little slow. So Captain Hook does come down to hit that lady. But right now we are questing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Next turn to go to 13. Hades will come down to answer 1 character, but that is just not enough. Your only hope at this point is you top deck a spooky sight that he's probably not even running because he is on the aerial package. And those aerial packages just going to run more songs, right? Instead of those spookies. Go on a little quest, not wanting to feed him characters. Really top-notch play of deciding I don't want to give you more cards in hand. There's no reason for me to. If you're bricked, I'll let you be bricked. I don't want you to top deck a Tinkerbell or anything that could possibly give you a chance to get the game. So Hades comes down. Hades going to answer 1 character, but we're able to quest for 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Now, it is funny. If he would have quested with 1 Daisy, then he would have hit a Strength of a Raging Fire. So it is a really kind of ironic thing, not wanting to get... But anyways, moving on. We do take out the Lilo, which I think is 100% the best move. You don't want that card to continue coming back from the discard either. And Daisy, if it quests, is just going to feed you characters. So why not? All right, why not take out the Lilo, the biggest threat on the field at the moment? So now, dogs, you have 4 ink in. You have, looks like 2 cards in hand. What do we have now? So Daisy goes on a little quest. Nope, never mind. Looks like he might be a little bit patient, but at some point, I think you just throw patience to the wind, right? Because if he had quested 2 last turn, he'd be at 13 right now. No, he had played Daisy last turn, so he'd be at 11. So he does get a Goliath in hand. We're happy about that. Blue Steel can play Goliath all day against us. But now I think that, ladies and gentlemen, is murder she wrote. I do not think that there is a way out of this unless he runs spooky and he is about to slam down that spooky site. And it is not there. And that's game. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Dogs versus Blurple in finals. It's going to be a heck of a finals. We'll see. Are we going to get it? DKP having to face aggro decks in all of Top Cut. Ladies and gentlemen, this event had a 30.8% representation of Amethyst Steel. Meanwhile, we have 3 aggro decks in Top Cut. All right, 3 aggro decks, 2 dog decks, 1 Amber Steel aggro deck in Top Cut with such a massive representation of Purple Steel. It's not what you would expect at all. So really interesting to see, and we'll kind of see what's going to happen in the finals. I think we're going to hop into finals pretty quickly. There is no other game, so they're probably going to take a little tiny break and get in there. And yes, I do agree that Dogs has a very high skill ceiling. I think that it is a very challenging deck to play, and one that you have to have a lot of reps into. That's why some of these Dog players are doing so well with it, because they've been playing it for they've been playing it for a couple sets now. So Dogs is always underrepresented but have a high conversion rate. Yes. And the reason for that is because when they do good with Dogs, it's because they've been playing so much of it. So they have the skill level to navigate the waters very well. And I saw a lot of you guys talking about how Spooky should be a deck or a card you want to play. And I think there's a good argument for it, especially where Dogs is getting so popular. At least it buys you time to do something. It might not win you the game. Yes, it feeds them a bunch of ink, but at least it buys you time and you don't just lose because you don't have it. I know at our locals, the 1 Blue Steel player, he runs Spooky in his deck, and we'll see if he goes up even higher. But, all right, so it looks like they do have deck lists in front of them. I'm very jealous of those deck lists, because even if we listen in, It is not in English. So, but I'm going to be right back. Give me just a second. Need some more water. I'll be back in 30 seconds. All right, and we're back. All right, so how you guys feeling? I think after this, if you are not, after the success of Diego Saz at CCS, potentially undefeated right now going into day 2, and the success of Dogs at the CCQ in Bologna, if you are not ready for Dogs, you might... Oh, my camera did a thing. Come on, camera. It followed me. Okay, there we go. I don't have a hat on. It's going to follow me again. If you're not ready for Dogs, you better get ready, because Dogs is going to be making it's going to pop up in your local scene. Luckily, like we were talking about, Dogs is a little bit more of a challenging deck to play. So it might not be the worst thing in the world, but they'll pick it up. And Dogs can just win the game by doing the basic thing of play a lot of characters. So if you're playing a really greedy deck, it might be kind of difficult to play that greedy deck. So definitely something to be prepared for. All right. All right. Let's see if this is in English.
Mamma mia, che partita!
It is not in English, so no English for this one. So, but yeah, so we're gonna go into finals. Finals is Blurple versus Dogs. So we'll see. It's gonna be an interesting matchup. We'll see how it goes. Definitely one that Blurple can win, as we've seen. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here in finals. Chroma Dogs. I prefer Chroma Dogs. Yes, Circle Dogs. Circle of Life can do outstanding things. It can pop off like honestly no other deck, but it does have some glaring weaknesses. If it doesn't see Circle of Life or the discard, there's just a lot of things that need to go correct for that deck to see success. And when green blue is so popular, all they have to do is play your welcome or bounce your high cost character that you use Circle of Life on, and then you just lose anyways. So the Circle of Life Dogs against green purple, like I love seeing that matchup with green purple control, because they Circle of Life their deck or their big character, and I bounce it back to their hand, and then they're stuck with this big giant character in their hand. So it's whatever, and then they played a bunch of cards that only quest for one and don't trade well. So it's a great, as a control green player, I love seeing Circle of Life dogs. It's a ton of fun to play. Yeah, yep, and that's just it. It's fun. The deck is fun. There's no argument about it. It is a very fun deck. There's something that is just it's why I like Lantern. I love cheating out high cost characters, and that's what Circle of Life allows you to do. Much like Lantern, not to the same degree, but yes, still letting you do it. But it's just not, in my opinion, it's not consistent enough. It's not as powerful either. Dogs is just able to go fast, and it's able to do it consistently. Circle of Life can go very fast, get very dirty very quickly, but it's not consistent. Bino, are you talking about tempo, or are you talking about tempo or control? Amethyst Chromacon or no Amethyst Chromacon? Either way, I don't know if there's a way to contain it, right? We'll go ahead and pull up Ink Decks real quick. Why do I have so many tabs open? Do I need this tab? No. This tab? No. All right. There we go. Okay, so let's go to metagame, win rate matrix, Amethyst Chromacon. Oh. To beat dogs with the heavy control Amethyst Chromacon version, you have to see a little bit of everything. You have to get down your shift so you can bounce, and you have to see the stopped chaos in its tracks. If you see that, there's a very good chance that you win that game because you're able to slow them down. The stopped chaos bounces 2 characters. The Gothel bounces something. You challenge something with the Gothel. Now you can tech in something like the Royal Guard, right? Royal Guard is the one that draws.
Wow.
Hey, thanks for the follow, brother. Bring on Thunder. Thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate you. Thank you for doing that. It truly means the world to me. It really does. But let's find. No, what am I doing? I want Dreamborn. That's what I want. So if we go to Dreamborn, is it Royal Guard or Palace Guard, which is the one that gains attack when you draw a card? Well, what do you prefer, brother? Do you prefer ham or do you prefer Beano? I think it's Royal Guard. Okay, it is Royal Guard. So you could tech in Royal Guard, and that could help as well. If you run the heavy bounce package that has like Royal Guard and Nana, then that could work really well also. So there are ways you can do it. But if you tech for dogs, you get a little bit weaker into the other stuff, the control decks. But in my experience, it doesn't matter. The core of your deck is so good into the blue decks that Ben is fine. Okay, perfect. I got you. The core of Brainiac is so good into blue decks that you can tech all you want for the aggro decks and still be okay. Because what you're trying to do in the core, at the core of it all, is just so good into the blue decks. So, for example, in my list, we could cut the Hey Heys. Hey Hey is super greedy, right? And I love it, but it is really greedy. So you could cut the Hey Heys. You could cut maybe the Show Me Mores if you wanted to. Add in the 4 Palace Guards. That could help. Or you could also just... You could go the route of doing something like... In my experience, no. They can go below you. But if they do not go 2-quester into 2-quester into 2-quester, they do not have a chance to go under control. Hey, what's up? Yeah, were you playing at the CCS? Were you on stream yesterday? Because I know there was a world-class cards player running Brainiac on stream yesterday, and we did watch it. Yeah, brother, nice. I was so excited to see Brainiac on stream. It was very different. So, when I was watching it, there were a lot of different options in there. So, no Webby in your list. So you're going old school with it, relying on the Hey-Heys then. And that it is an idea, right? Because again, the deck was already busted into blue. So if you cut the Webbies, you're still fine because the deck is still so good into blue decks. And by cutting the Webbies, it allows you to run some of these other cards that are really good into maybe dogs or just cards that are better overall. So I don't think that's a terrible idea because you're not playing Webby into dogs. You're not really playing Webby into purple steel. And those are some of the tougher, those are the only bad matchups for this deck, in my opinion, are Amethyst Steel and dogs. So if you can tech for those, maybe you cut these two, then you're okay. Yeah, 4 Rafiki. Yeah, Rafiki is a good one too. So yeah, so I'm not on Cusco at the moment. I've been flopping between Mother Gothel and Cusco as far as the shift line goes, and then still playing the double shift line. So I'm between 3 decks: Mother Gothel shift line, Cusco shift line, both shift lines. I do enjoy me some both shift lines though, but there's still so much to explore with it again because what it does is just so good. Red purple in my area does one player plays the Tink shift and it cooks it. Yeah, and so that's it, right? But that one player running the Tinkerbell shift is like the one player running Tinkerbell shift in red purple. So not something you're super concerned with, unless it becomes super popular. Thoughts on Fire the Cannons possibly coming back into the meta? We saw Amber. Oh, wait a second. Oh my goodness gracious. Whew. Thank God it hadn't started yet. I got so distracted. We saw an Amber Steel deck in top 8 at this CCQ Bologna running Fire the Cannons. Will Purple Steel run it? I don't think so. I don't think there's a good enough reason for them to run it. I don't think there's anything they're that worried about to run it. So, but Amber Steel should still run it in my opinion. So, yeah, so Saddest Boy, I've been enjoying Cusco again, and that's why I'm testing again because you can go Clarabelle on 1 or Webby on 1 or whatever you want on 1 and Cusco on turn 4, and then seeing Mother Gothels, bouncing 3 characters that turn. Coach, not going to DLC Richmond. I will be in Disney World doing the Dopey Challenge with the wife, with Molly. For those that don't know, the Dopey Challenge is Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's a 5K on Thursday into a 10K into a half marathon into a full marathon. It's probably one of the best bonding experiences my wife and I have ever had, for a lot of different reasons. So we just really enjoy doing it. And we're going to Disney for 14 days, so we're super excited. But unfortunately, missing DLC Richmond, which is really unfortunate. Hey, World Class. Yeah, man, it's a pleasure. I hope you stick around. So you said the owner, and I noticed your Twitch name is the actual LLC. Are you the actual World Class Cards owner? Heard a lot about you. Seen a lot of the stuff you're doing for the community. I loved your guys' triple format tournament that you put on right before Worlds. I thought that was really cool. So huge shout out to you. I love triple deck format. I think that is, I wish we could see more of that, to be perfectly honest. To be honest, I want to take Brainiac to any major event with aggro and purple steel running around. If Fire the Cannons, your poor legs. Yeah. Oh, nice. Well, it's a pleasure, man. The pleasure is all mine. Thanks for stopping in as well. Did you make day 2, or CCS was kind of the testing grounds and gonna see what happens before the next big event? I assume hopefully going to DLC Richmond and all of that. Team trios, yeah, I do too. Like there's so much for the future of Lorcana as far as different things that we can do. And I just can't wait. I'm so excited for it. So, I don't know. So taking Brainiac is an interesting choice, right, to an event, knowing that Purple Steel is going to be a lot, but Purple Steel doesn't feel super bad in my opinion anymore. It doesn't feel great. Like I'd rather play pretty much any deck besides Purple Steel, but it doesn't feel as bad as it did feel. It has gotten better as the lines have become more clear with the deck. So it hasn't been the end of the world. I think is this annoying if I just put the chat here so I don't have to keep, I can look like kind of look at you guys. Let me know if this is annoying if we put the chat here in between games. Because we also have some people from we also have some people from YouTube here, so you guys could also see them chatting. Wait, was that Royce? No, okay. I thought Royce was here for a second. Okay, anyway, scrolling back down. You had to fly back last night. Well, that's unfortunate, man. So you went down just to have some fun with the team, get some games in, and said, even if I'm top Swiss, I have to go home, so we're just going to give it away to somebody. Are you going to share the list? Are you going to share your spicy list, or is it team secret in case it comes up at DLC Richmond? Let's see. He is a WWC player. He just needs the jersey. Technically, it's not good enough. I can provide the list. I've had a chance to go against dogs, but I fear the movement. Some reps before Richmond. Gotcha. The matchup, 60-40. Yeah, no, for sure, right? And it doesn't feel great, but I think there's a lot going on with the meta where this meta is really interesting where you can't tech for everything. World class, you can't tech for everything, right? Now, Amethyst Steel kind of can, but we're even seeing Amethyst Steel struggle when they run the Timothy Q Mouse and the Tinkerbell, but cut some of those other cards. So, hey, Saddest Boy, thanks for the follow, man. That means a lot. I'm happy to see you. So, I think that more people should play what they like and think is fun instead of being hyper-focused on the meta. Unless, of course, they have genuine goals to win Golden Mickeys and accolades. And that's something too, Hannibal. And, we got Silver's Inkwell also with the follow. Thanks a lot, brother. Appreciate you as well. And that's true, too. And that's a big reason I'm playing so much green-purple control is I just thoroughly... It is the most fun I've had in Lorcana since Steel Song because it reminds me of Steel Song. And it's unfortunate in the sense that it's really bad against dogs. And it's also unfortunate that people do not enjoy watching Brainiac gameplay on YouTube. So every video I make about Brainiac or green purple control performs very poorly, but it is my favorite deck. So I have decided to enjoy playing the deck that I enjoy the most versus playing a deck that I don't enjoy as much, but possibly getting more views on YouTube. So Daniel of Lions, I like that name, brother. Thank you for the follow, man. It means a lot. Really appreciate you. So if you guys saw Harlan Sweets until it went, yes, yes, exactly. So Rich, I need you to win the DLC with it. All right, that way my video I can play the deck that I enjoy and it gets a lot of views. But Harlan Sweet, if you guys don't follow him on YouTube, go give him a follow. It's worth it. He talks a lot about mental health and also a lot of deck tech talk, but he recently made a video and he talked about how he's been chasing the meta. He's been chasing the meta for a long time when his true love is Blue Steel, but he's been chasing the meta. He's been playing all these different meta decks, trying to simply play a deck that is really good into the meta so he can win. And he made this video and talked about how, like, because he's been doing that, he's been having really struggling with Lorcana. Like it just hasn't been perfect. Thank you, Ben. But because he's been doing that, he hasn't been enjoying Lorcana as much. So he said like, hey, I'm gonna go back to doing the things that I enjoy. And the things that I enjoy is playing Blue Steel or just playing decks that I enjoy. And I think that's huge, right? So shameless plug there, throwing the Discord in there. We are finishing up the Mad Hatters tournament if you guys want to get on the next one when we do it next set. But I think there's a lot to be said there in that unless you are a pro player and you legitimately believe without a doubt that you're going to do really well at the next DLC and you're just slamming, you're perfectly okay with slamming 40 hours a week testing a deck that you don't enjoy but you enjoy winning more, then maybe that's the way to go. So maybe that is the route, right? Okay, so let's do me a favor, Ben, and just send me a picture of it if you don't mind, so I don't have to do that again. So the link doesn't work. Okay, Ben, you set me up for failure. Yeah, exactly. So, well, luckily, my Dreamborn email is not my everyday email, so we'll be okay. All right. Well, this is interesting. So this is... They're really just dragging this day out. I'm not against it, but I do have a run to do later, so... Yeah, they're playing for third place right now. So this is really interesting. With that being said, it's Blue Steel versus Dogs again. This guy right here, Andrew, I'm not watching this. He's like, no, I don't need to watch this again to know what's going to happen. So, no, that's funny. Yeah, no, it's this will be, yeah. So, oh, let me get my face out of the way. Bang. I'm sure there are. I'm sure there are prize differences between third and fourth. Well, actually, probably not. Maybe it's the That'd be weird if there was. Glory, right? I got third versus I got fourth. So playing for glory, maybe. How do I F11? Is that okay? Well, that's weird. Why is my... All right, computer people, how do I get my taskbar in the bottom to disappear? Why is it not disappearing when I push F11 or go full screen? Normally it disappears. So what did I click? I need tech support. While tech support helps me out, looks like Blue Steel is going to alter 3 away. So take 3. This is going to bug me. How do I get rid of this? Help me, people. Help me. Someone has to know. Looks like the Dogs player kept all 7. And shuffling. So I am curious about that because I do not know the rule about that. Or did I just miss his alter while I was trying to fix it? Drag it to the other monitor and then drag it back and F11 again. Okay, let's do that. So drag it to the other monitor, drag it back. You failed me. I need your email and password to help you. Oh, okay. Settings, taskbar, settings. All right, we're going to do this really quick, guys. Settings, taskbar settings. And I'm going to do it on the other screen so we're not in the way. And then auto hide. All right, so we see the developer brain come down. So already a slow start now because we're not seeing that Captain Hook. And we know how important that Captain Hook is. Aha. Shout out to Daniel of Lions being much more useful than Coach. Just saying. So the Dogs player comes in. Does play a lady on turn 1. So a phenomenal turn 1 start. We saw how powerful that is to be able to get that 3 lore early. You have failed. You should be disappointed. For background knowledge, for context, I know who put it in me, Coach, is part of the flower farm, so I am giving them crap, but it's not a random person. So, but I am curious. Because I do not know how the ruling works for that one. If you do not alter, do you still get to shuffle your deck? Is that anywhere in there that says that? We immediately, Bobby Zamaruski, find it under the sea and immediately plop that under the sea down. Now, I do think you always draw that top card, right? I think you always draw that top card. And then you put that top card in your hand, you shuffle your hand around a little bit, and then you discard that under the sea. That way your opponent doesn't know what it is that you are doing. Because that does give your opponent just a little bit of hand knowledge, like by him knowing that was a useless card you topped, right? So is it a lot? No. Is it something? Sure. Also, shout out for his fox. I love his fox. What does the fox say? Do. Okay. So, interesting turn because we do have a Goliath in hand, and it looks like, was that a Hades and a Vincenzo possibly? So we go up to 5 ink, so we are able to play the Goliath next turn, but Goliath doesn't feel good. Okay, so it's Namari, Hades, and a Vincenzo in hand. So Namari coming down is helpful, not by any stretch of the imagination a Tinkerbell, but it does challenge into things. More importantly, it cycles your deck to hopefully find an answer. It's cut off. Well, that shouldn't be a thing. Okay, hang on. Is the screen cut off for anyone else? Hang on, let me pull it up on my phone. I do want to fix that. So we do play the Raja. This Dogs list, being on that Raja, really slowing things down because now, okay. Coach, you're probably just gaslighting me. I swear to God. No, okay, perfect. All right, perfect. As long as everyone can see it but Coach, we're okay. So we do see the Raja come down, though, from the Dogs player. Raja being an excellent card here because it prevents Cinderella plus the Tipo from going into any of those aggro characters. Meanwhile, Blue Steel does top deck the Captain Hook, which is a super good top deck. Whether it was from filtering with the Namari or top decking it, really good card to draw. Now allowing them to take out that Raja next turn. Not super clean, but it does allow it. Also, I believe it's a Hades in hand still, so Hades is going to let you draw just a little, or Hades, as long as you draw an Inkwell, is going to let you be able to send a card to your Inkwell. We do give that bonus attack to Lady letting you quest for 3 now. That Chromacon does come down. That Emerald Chromacon going to put in a lot of work when Blue Steel is going to be trying to challenge everything. Okay. Oh, so that's what you mean by it's cut off a little bit. Okay. All right. I'll see if I can fix that live. Imagine if you played a Pluto here. Yeah. Okay, so Strength of a Raging Fire does go into the Inkwell. or it does get discarded for Namari. Apologies. It does get discarded for the Namari filter effect, opting to keep that Hades. And that feels really bad to lose that Strength of a Raging Fire, but just saying I value the Hades more. Hades will be able to remove the Raja without bouncing a character, and looks like Cinderella does sing Thunderbolt. I'd imagine we bounce the Namari here. Namari is going to be dealing 4 damage, so I imagine we bounce. All right, yep, we do bounce the Namari. Is it League of Legends font? I don't know. It could. We'll check it out. We'll Google some League of Legends later. All right, nothing on my end to fix. Each player who altered their hand by 1 or more cards shuffles their deck. So that is a requirement. So to shuffle after the alter. But is there anything in there about saying, like, I think you're allowed to shuffle after. Can you shuffle again after the alter, or if you don't alter anything? Is there anything saying you can or can't? 1 or more. Okay. Okay, so Captain Hook does take out the lady. So another option to bounce a card here. So we could bounce the Cindy for that reason, that she is uninkable. Not too worried about that. It is going to let you filter, but that's not the worst thing in the world. They're going to filter anyways with Namari. If we keep Captain Hook, we can challenge into the Captain Hook to take it out. He bounces his own Bobby. Yes. So he bounces his own Bobby, which lets him dig for more answers. So that Bobby Zamaruski coming down saying you may draw 1 card and discard a card. So letting you just filter through what you got. Maybe one of the cards in his hand is an Under the Sea, not something that you want to get stuck on. Meanwhile, we know that the hand of our opponent still has the Hades in it, most likely. Yep, so it definitely still has the Hades in it. He's going to play that Namari, throw the Goliath into the discard, boosting the Namari with another strength, and just sitting there on that Hades, waiting for an Inkable that he can play. And that's very true. Cindy would have clogged the hand very well that turn instead of the Namari. All right, so able to quest a 14 this turn. Only 3 cards in hand. So there are 3 cards in hand for the dog player. We ink the Bobby. Play 5 for Tramp. All right, so the Tramp comes down. I wonder what it is you're looking for at this point. Probably a lady. A shift lady would do some good work for you. Okay, so valuing whatever is in his hand a lot. So really valuing that those 2 cards in his hand. Doesn't even... He draws the 2 off a Tramp. Immediately throws them in the Inkwell. So this game going much differently than the last game we saw with Blue Steel versus Dogs. Ooh. All right, Develop Your Brain comes down into the Inkwell for a Hades to take out that Tramp. Ladies and gentlemen, Blue Steel may actually win this. Quest goes ahead and quests for 4 to go up to 5. All right. If you're the Dogs player, what is it that you're looking for at this point in time? Okay, stuck on the Under the Sea. Man, they clapped hands. They shook hands like that was game 3. All right, so the Under the Sea was what he was stuck on in hand. So yeah, it felt like, so if he was stuck on, So I imagine he held Under the Sea in case so he could sing it with the tramp plus tramp. That way he could clear the Cinderella, the Tipo, and the Captain Hook. And that just leaves his opponent with the Namari. Yeah, that is true, heck. Or Hannibal, as a dogs player, it goes either way. You can make it super tough for your opponent, extremely fast, or get super tough for you, extremely fast. Yeah, I think, Coach, I think he was simply hoping to sing. It is not. Secretly, so this is the tiebreaker for 3rd and 4th place. Finals will be next. All right, finals will be the next game. I'd imagine they held off simply, not so much because of the tiebreaker, but simply because to give the other player a little bit of time before finals, because he played, they made him wait. So they showed 2 top 4 games, and then that way finals wasn't a player having to go straight from their top 4 game to their finals game. So, but yes, I think he held on to Under the Sea hoping to sing Under the Sea instead of keeping the Bobby and the tramp and things like that. So all right. Blue Steel is going to go ahead and alter 4. And Dogs, a little bit different. If you remember last game, he altered 0. This game altering 6. So not happy with what he had this game. Last game he was on the play and he kept his hand. He did not alter anything. So definitely a change and definitely a game. We'll kind of see how this goes. He will be on the draw in game 3 if it goes to a game 3. Robert, the finals decks are Blurple and Dog? No. Yes, Dogs. Blurple and Dogs are in finals. I do not know. Oh, maybe? No. That wouldn't change anything because top cut is based off of a bracket. So there's no way that 3rd and 4th should be able to determine 1st and 2nd seed for finals because the bracket wouldn't allow it. I play 2 Pluto and some Scuttle in my Blue Steel list. This matchup is easy. So Scuttle, the item removal Scuttle, is that, or no, is that the Ward Scuttle, the 5/5/2 Ward? Okay, DKP being on the draw with Blurple against Dogs. That is going to be a tough matchup. But looking at this matchup of Dogs, we have our Dogs player inking the Ursula, playing the Lady. Showcash, according to Daniel, DKP will not be on the play in finals. All right, Blue Steel, no Captain Hook, no Mulan, no 1-drop. Living on a prayer, but he does have a really good. So, all right, this is a great start for the Dogs player. Dogs questing for 3 right there. Now, one thing to look at is that Blue Steel is going to be able to go Sail to go to his next turn. Is there a Cindy in his hand? There is no Cindy in his hand, so he's not going to be able to rush that Tinkerbell because he did ink that Sail. So inking the Sail may have been a little too slow because Sail would have sent him to be able to play a 6 cost, not on his upcoming turn, but the turn after, to possibly get that Tinkerbell down to try and save this game. So we'll kind of see how he responds here. Dogs now questing for quite a bit. Lady 5 is not correct. He should be at 7, right? Because Lady didn't quest for 1. Lady should have quested for 3. Okay, they fixed it. So he is at 7 lore now. Okay, so it is fixed. Perfect. So we ink into Mari. Oh, we do have a Cindy in hand. Cindy was in hand behind the Tinkerbell. So Cindy is going to get him to that Tinkerbell now on next turn. That will definitely help. Looks like there is an event member. Oh, he's confused about the lore. No, the lore is correct, though. Don't worry. Lore is good. He should be at 7. Because he quests for 3. 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, 7's correct. Good on him, though, for double checking. I'd rather they double check to make sure it's all correct. So, all right. Daniel Lyons, he said he regretted not playing for Seed final round of Swiss because now 8-9. That's my comeback now. Anytime someone says that. The warded 5-5. Okay. He played the final round of Swiss for fun and an ID and went 2-0. Isn't that how it goes? Okay. So Dogs player looks like we're getting a Tramp coming down here. Tramp's going to be really helpful to just let you know. The lady comes down. Lady comes down under this. Under the Sea comes down instead of questing. All right. So Tinkerbell is going to, instead of questing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, opts to quest for 1, being very, very respectful and afraid of that Cinderella. I'm assuming because he did not want Cinderella, he didn't want to go into a Tinkerbell plus Thunderbolt turn. So slowing down a lot to prevent the possible quested for 2. Okay. So Ursula comes down. He's going to rip that Thunderbolt. Now, what his opponent is able to do here is possibly he's going to be able to sing the 1 jump ahead or challenge. So what he can do here is he can challenge something with the aerial. He could hard cast 1 jump ahead, pay 2 to deal 3 damage to something, and play Captain Hook. Or he could develop Tinkerbell first, but I don't think there's enough time to develop Tinkerbell. So you have to go the Captain Hook 1 jump ahead route to at least try and buy yourself some time. So he goes up to 15. Strength of a Raging Fire to the bottom. Strength of a Raging Fire actually would have been very helpful here. So that is an unfortunate card to go to the bottom. But Ariel can take a character out, then take out a second character with her effect if you play 1 jump ahead. But your opponent you remove 2 characters and they're still able to quest for 5 next turn. So you have to be able to remove 3 characters here and then do it again and remove their entire board. So 3 characters here, and then you have to clear their entire board on the next turn with just an Ariel and a Captain Hook. I do not know if it's possible to do that. Spooky could be very helpful here. Spooky, of course, would clear everything but the lady. All right. So do we go the Captain Hook and 1 jump ahead route? I mean, you have to. You can't afford to do anything else. Or I know absolutely nothing about anything. We take out there. So that leaves them at 19. Okay, so that's a way to do it as well. Leaves them at 19. You still have 1 jump ahead. All right, let's check out this tramp real quick. Yeah, okay. I don't... When you play this character, why does he think tramp quests for 2? Am I... Okay, so I think he has something written down. He should be at 16. Okay, so there was a lore miss somewhere. So he has 16 written down. Okay, all right. It was the lady questing for 2 that they missed. Okay, all right. Well, there we go. All right. Well, there we go. Either way, he top decked the go-go, so just kind of ignored that. But yeah. So again, the importance of track your lore. So, and I say this all the time. Even when we cast events at Safari Zone, I always tell people, yes, we have the lore counter on the stream, but still write down your own lore, okay? Always write down your own lore. If you're ever on a feature match anywhere, even if they have the lore counter there, do not use that as your primary tracker of lore. Always write it down. That way, if you have to call a judge, if there's a lore discrepancy, like right here on stream, you can look back to your lore counter and show the judge, this is what actually happened. They got it wrong on the stream. That lore counter is not correct. These are the turns. We shouldn't run into lore damage issues with judges sitting there. Notepad lore counter is the best way. Exactly, yeah. Like, notepads are the way, okay? They are the way. I think the judges are the ones causing the issues. I mean, isn't that the story, though, for Lorcana, it seems? What's really interesting about this event is yesterday I was praising the Bologna CCQ because they had 2 judges at the feature table. They have 1 judge sitting next to each player. And I was praising them for that, saying, I'm really impressed that they have 2 judges sitting there. That's really cool. Meanwhile, we have a lot of feature games at massive events where they don't have any judges on the feature table. So, I don't know. Judges aren't perfect. And again, I've never played another TCG. Do judges in other games catch all the mistakes? I guess that's my question, right? I know with Riftbound, they just had the big giant tournament and oh, look at that thing. I wish this was in English. I'd like to know.
Una lapide. Solido marmo, ragazzi.
But I know that, well, yeah, in the Riftbound event, judges didn't catch issues with the Riftbound event during the event in Vegas. So I don't think it's just a Lorcana thing. I think it's a piece of granite. Yeah. And I want to know, is it all the players in top 16 is etched on it? Like, what's etched on that piece of granite? That's what I want to know. And that's true too, Daniel. Judges aren't responsible to track the lore for both players. So they're there to catch mistakes. So pile shuffling's interesting, right? So I don't think there's an actual rule on it, but the thing about pile shuffling is you can't use it to stall the game. They have 43 minutes left. They could I would let my opponent pile shuffle 5 times if I was in this matchup. We have 43 minutes for one game and we're playing dogs versus blue steel. But if I was on green purple control and my opponent wanted to pile shuffle twice, I would have an issue with that. We talked about this yesterday. When my opponent's on blue steel and wants to roll a dice for Headless Horseman, I have a problem with that because I don't have time as the green purple control player if we have to go to a best of 3 for them to spend 4 minutes rolling dice to figure out what cards to discard. Pokemon is great at it. They even noticed when a player was missing a card from their deck in the finals. Show Cash, I remember that. That was all over Twitter when he was missing a card. Are you referring to the moment when he had he was super excited and threw his cards on the feature match because he was so excited to go to finals, and his opponent had accidentally picked up one of his cards. They sure don't. Magic the Gathering Worlds was happening this weekend, and they have 2 to 3 judges around the feature, and they missed like 4 errors in a match. Okay, so yeah. So it's not just exclusive to Lorcana, and we are human, right? Human will err. That's life, and I don't know. Maybe there's going to be a way. Maybe Elon Musk is a big player of TCGs, and we're going to see an AI judge coming soon. So, yes, that was wild because they played the same card. Exactly. That was wild. That felt awful. Wait, you can't force your opponent into not rolling a dice, can you? So I can call a judge. So we talked about this yesterday, and while they go through their first turn, if I'm playing green-purple control, and our first game took us 30 minutes, and we're on a 50-minute clock, 55-minute clock, if they decide to roll dice for Headless Horseman, I can call a judge, and the judge can come over, we get a time extension, and we can choose a faster method, and just be like, we don't have time to roll dice because of how much extra time it takes when you can just say discard cards 2, 3, and 6, right? In worst case scenario, they roll dice and we get a time extension, right? So be it. But the time is too important in green purple control or the blue steel mirror or blue mirrors, period, that there's not enough time in the match to be doing that. Now Daisy does come down, so for our blue steel player, no 1-drop, no TPO. We do play the 1 jump ahead. Meanwhile, dogs going pretty wide. Double Daisy and a lady coming down. Now, we do see the blue steel player popping off with that Cindy. So going to the fabled 2-4-6 line, and we'll see how he's able to respond with that turn, that 6 ink card coming down next turn, possibly. So Showcash, if a player... All right, so we quest with 2 daisies. We'll get a reveal. We see a Strength of a Raging Fire and a TPO. So the TPO does go to the hand. Strength of a Raging Fire goes to the bottom. Is pretty impactful. You're going to want those songs as easy ways to clear the opponent's board. That's kind of the most effective thing that Cindy does after she comes down and ramps you, is being able to sing that song like Thunderbolt or Strength of a Raging Fire. Meanwhile, also playing a lady plus Tramp giving that lady enough attack to be able to quest for 3, going up to 9 now. Cindy is going to be singing Thunderbolt this turn, which is going to be huge. Playing a Namari not able to take out a whole lot at the moment. Unfortunately, just only 2 cards in the discard, but that's enough to take out most things here. Now, what we can do... Now, I wonder if you are the blue steel player, is there a world where the blue steel player inks something else and plays the Develop Your Brain? And the reason I say this is because if you play the Develop Your Brain, your Namari then goes up to 3 attack and then 4 attack with the Thunderbolt, letting you clear a Daisy Duck. So I wonder if that was a possible line that they could have taken. But really thinking here, and I really curious about what the overall thought process is here. At first I thought, well, maybe he's considering taking out Lady in case of Lady Shift. And that very well could be what he's doing, because if he cleared the daisies, then he can... If he cleared the daisies, then his opponent can just Lady Shift on his turn and get the daisy back. Oh, that's true, Tail. The Damari does get the trigger at the start of their turn, letting them go to 4 cards in their discard. So that is very true. So it wouldn't have mattered in the end. We do see the Tramp coming down, drawing 4 cards, letting you filter. Let's see what we get rid of here. We do see the Della Lullaby and the Daisy Duck, the Lady, and one more. Shift Lady Under the Sea could have been a thing. We saw Shift Lady Under the Sea play a huge impact on the board last game to make a big difference. Is that the song that deals 3 damage to all characters? He did miss the Cindy trigger. He did miss the Cindy trigger. That's very true. But is that... If we see his hand again, is he running the song that clears or does 3 damage to all opposing characters? $8719. I'm not sure. I was watching the Tramp triggers on what he was getting rid of. It would not surprise me. Mob Song. Yes, thank you very much, Lorcana Loaf. Mob Song it is. I think that is Mob Song in his hand, and I really want to see that card be played. I do not know if I've ever seen Mob Song be played. Okay, so now there is a conversation going on. I think couple concerns. Still looks like he's trying to figure out what he wants to discard with the Tramp. And I think, okay. Throws all those cards down, including a Shift Lady and an Emerald Chromacon going to the Inkwell. Shift Lady is impactful here, but if you feel like you're not going to get the opportunity to shift the Lady, maybe you're not super concerned about it. Now, it does quest for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here, so going to 11. Correct. So yes, Mob Song, I'm not saying Mob Song is the thing, is the right play at all, right? Because it's not clearing a lot, but I've never seen it played. So it'd just be cool to see play, right? That's all it is, right? I'm not saying that, yes, you need to play this card and it's going to win you the game, because it clearly won't. But I've also never seen someone play Mob Song before. So, okay. Looks like we drew Namari effect. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ink to play with here. Again, we should be at 7 ink if he had done the Cindy trigger last turn. And it looks like he did not do... Yep, so we go to 7. Hades comes down, removes the Tramp. Namari challenges into a Daisy. Okay, takes out the Daisy. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. All he needs is a... If he has a Lady Shift here, it is good game. We did see a Lady Shift go to the discard, so we'll see if there is enough. All right, so we see 2 damage go down on the Lady. Do we have the Lady Shift in hand? Or Go-Go would also do it. There's the Go-Go. There we go. Go-Go to Mago. Taking the win. Gaining that 1 lore. Daisy takes him to 17. Tramp to 18. Lady to 19. And Go-Go gaining the 1 lore to take him to 20. So Dogs taking that victory in a 2-1 with Game 3 being on the draw. And now we will have finals, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so while we wait for finals to start, let's talk some hot 2 Dogs in top 3. Yep, yeah. 2 Dogs and Amber Steel in top 8. I'm still can't believe an Amber Steel was in top 8. Like that is awesome. So, all right. So I kind of ignored this while the game was going on because it's a little bit more of a conversation, right? But so going back to the Headless Horseman, right? And people rolling dice. And I'm not saying maybe I'm completely wrong, right? But hey, we got a follow from Nick's IG wall. Nick's IG wall. I'm not getting that one. But I could be wrong, right? Maybe my opinion on Headless Horseman is wrong, right? But if you play Headless Horseman and you shuffle your cards in hand, like I have some cards here. I have 6 cards in hand, right? You play Headless Horseman. I shuffle my cards, right? I don't look at them, right? I can't see them. There's nothing going on here. And I throw them down, right? I throw down my 6 cards on the table. If my opponent then picks 3 cards and says, I want these 3 right here, what about that is not random? Like, what about my opponent choosing these 3 cards when they have no idea what is in my hand is not random? And then by them choosing these 3 cards versus taking a dice, putting them all out, saying, I want that card to be number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and taking up all that extra time. That is my argument, right? Why waste the time? Because blue mirrors are already super slow. I've seen so many blue mirrors they end up drawing because they go to turns because they play these Headless Horsemen and they roll dice every time. And then they roll a dice and they're like, oh, which one was number 3? We'll just re-roll it because we forgot. And the next thing you know, you spent 5 minutes rolling a dice across 2 games. And you just don't have 5 minutes when you can just easily say, take those 3 out. That is randomized in my opinion, right? So, and also, it's my pleasure, man. I'm glad you're enjoying the cast. So we've had a lot of hot takes today. I don't know if it's because I just woke up and jumped right on the stream and I just said, screw the filter. We'll just go to town. Why not? So maybe that's why we've had a lot of hot takes today. But so hopefully you guys are enjoying it. Some of you I'm sure are not, and that's perfectly fine. You're more than welcome to go watch the German stream or mute me. That's okay too. We're just trying to chill, man. We're just trying to chill. It's early on a Sunday morning. If you're on the East Coast, it's 10:32. Waiting for some CCS action. As soon as this round is done, my wife and I are going to go run 15 miles. So we're just chilling, man. We're just having a good time with some hot takes. Getting to look into some Meyer madness. I don't disagree with you. I think that's fine enough. Headless Horseman can disrupt the... Yes, exactly. That's why you run Headless Horseman, right? Because Headless Horseman disrupts the Prince Philip combo. Like, that's the biggest reason you do it. And generally, Headless Horseman does clear your opponent's board. Or clears a character. A lot of the time we will see it. Choosing by definition isn't random, though. Okay. I see. Okay. Yes. I get that. Because you were choosing 3 cards and that's not randomized. I mean, what do you say to that, right? I guess what I say to that is I will stick to, yeah. What do you say to that, right? I mean, you are right. In that instance, it is not randomized if they are choosing. So, I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe you have to roll dice. Maybe that is what you have to do, and there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it because choosing a card is not randomized. Sure, maybe. Maybe I'm wrong after all. I mean, my wife would tell you I'm wrong all the time, so I wouldn't be surprised. Dakota agrees with me. Oh, I see. We were talking about. Oh, yeah, no. Daniel, I love Headless Horseman in Blue Steel. I think Headless Horseman is a phenomenal card in Blue Steel, personally. It disrupts, it clears a character. It's a big body. It's a 5/7/2. So Nog, I'm not. Okay. But I don't think saying I'm going to ask for more time because I'm playing this deck is totally fine. I don't think these are hot takes. We're just having some good discussion. Okay. So it's not that I call a judge. I'm going to call a judge and be like, hey, call the judge. Now I need a time extension. That's just generally what happens when you call a judge. If the judge has to make some choices and stuff like that. Now, there might not even be a judge. There might not even be a time extension because of this judge call. And that's completely up to the judge, right, to make that choice. So it's a risky choice, because if you don't get a time extension and it takes the judge 2 minutes to get to you, then you were better off just rolling the dice anyways, right? Because you lost 2 minutes anyways. So I don't know. Maybe you just don't call a judge and you let them roll the dice and you go super fast, right? So 15 miles is not chilling. My wife will not be happy about it. She knows she needs to do it, so we're going to do it. But the weather is beautiful today. She knows she needs to do it, so we're going to do it. But she's going to hate every second of it and not be happy about it. And it's just going to be a good chuckle. So I go along on our long runs because I carry all her water and stuff. I carry her water and her snacks, and I tell her when she needs to drink water and eat food. And for her, we use the run walk method. I'm a huge believer in the run walk method. Jeff Galloway, getting into running, right? But I'm a huge believer in the run walk method for new runners as well as experienced runners. I just think it is a great way to run. I ran my fastest marathon using the run walk method, being a 3:14, and I ran walk that. Like, so there's some people who say you can't run fast. Well, that's not true at all. Like, but it's just how you prefer. So, choosing 3 cards I can't see is random to me, especially if the player shuffles their cards. Yeah, choosing it, if it's known, is choosing. If it's unknown, you're just having efficient dice. The only benefit I see is it takes the blame off yourself if you choose a bad outcome. Yes. So Dakota, that is true. And I think that's why some people prefer the dice roll, is because, well, the dice just chose it that way, right? The dice said those are the cards to be thrown away. So I think maybe both. Hey, thanks for the follow, man. Nog, I appreciate it. Nog KU, Nogku. Appreciate the follow, man. Means a lot. Thank you so much. I think maybe both players should roll at the same time. Could you imagine though? Like, I just imagine like Beyblades, right? It was Beyblades was the game where you had like what'd they say? Like, let them rip. Was that it? And you had like the thing and the tool, and you had the board, like the arena, and you'd let it rip, and then your Beyblade goes out, and you like, that's what I imagine would happen if both players KU. Okay. If both players were to roll the dice at the same time, as I just imagine Beyblade's action. And honestly, I would probably yell, let it rip. Did anyone have that when they were kids, right? Where you had the arena. My little brother and I, we would, University of Kansas. Oh, God, I'm okay. I feel you. Gotcha. But yeah, did anyone have the Beyblades arena with the Beyblades? My brother and I would spend all our money upgrading our Beyblades, to be like the show. Didn't think I'd hear a Beyblade analogy in 2025. My brother and I, we loved playing that. Nog, I'm assuming you live in Kansas then, or that's just where you went to school? I was stationed at Offutt in Omaha, Nebraska right before I came here to Delaware. Loved that. I miss, my wife wants to retire in Omaha, or when we retire from the military, she wants to go back to Omaha. I want to bring up Discord really quick because we were having I asked a rules question, and I want to go back to that rules question. Okay, so according to the rulebook hub, which is the big place where all of our judges get together and they speak with Ravensburger and talk about rules and things like that, and they speak with themselves to kind of go through rules, and they do rules quizzes and everything. Not allowed is not the most recent action. Also, were there takebacks even being allowed? Here in CCQ, we were told no takebacks. Yeah, so takebacks are allowed at D. Okay, so that doesn't matter, but they're saying it wasn't allowed because more actions had been taken. CCQ Bologna was allowing takebacks. Okay. All right, what's going on in here? What do you do in the military? If you can't answer, yeah, no problem, man. I can talk about what I do in the military. I am a logistics planner. I deal with logistics. I move stuff. I love it. I enjoy what I do very much so. I find my job very rewarding as well because I get to do a lot of cool things, and it's a very good job for this. It translates well into the civilian career, the civilian field as a whole. Is it what I'll do in the civilian field? No, it isn't. But if I wanted to, I could. And ultimately, even if I don't do logistics, the fact that my job is all about logistics translates well. So, let it rip. All right, we have finals going on, ladies and gentlemen. So it looks like we have Dogs versus DKP on Blurple. Stefano on Dogs, DKP on Blurple. Looks like altering 4 for Dogs and altering 3 for DKP. It's called air transportation specialist is what we call it. The career field. There's a local game store that has a big showing for Beyblades in Australia. That is crazy spicy. That is crazy that is a thing. These gentlemen are both running the same sleeve. Shout out to them. Okay. We go ahead and ink the Webby, play the Daisy Duck, and the fun has begun, ladies and gentlemen. Let's kick this thing off. Let's get my face out of the way because that is not what we want to see. And let's go. DKP coming down with the Basil. This is open deck list. They did see each other's decks. DKP does have a good hand. He's going to be able to play that Sail into Basil if he wants, or get that Tipo down. Now, if he does play Basil, Basil will let the other Basil, of course, challenge into the Daisy Duck. I want to see some takebacks. Okay, so we do go the Sail, which tells us that we are going to go the Basil route. So ink the Bell, play the Basil. Now, Basil will be able to trade with Daisy Duck, which is going to be incredibly important. And then that Genie coming down on the next turn will let you trade into the Go-Go Tamago. So really good start for DKP here in a matchup that Blurple is just not favored into. And a really slow start from Stefano here. You know, turn 1 playing a Daisy, turn 2 a Go-Go, turn 3 playing a Lilo. Just not the turn that you're looking to play with, or not. These are just not the cards you're looking to play. His turn 2 and turn 3, very, very slow. We're going to see a Tramp come down here, most likely. But next turn, DKP is already looking at it Into the Unknown and Elsa to Hades. This is a very tough spot for Green Yellow to be in right now. Looks like he does have a Chromicon in hand. But Chromicon's not going to really save the day. He also does have the Horseman, I believe it's called the Horseman Strikes, which would remove the Genie, which would slow things down quite a bit because he could quest with the Daisy, to the Go-Go, and the Lilo here, go up to 8, and there's no evasive answer for the Go-Go. So you could take out the Genie, or you could throw down the Chromicon. Okay, so he is going to take out the Genie. He's going to draw that card. So the Basils can still take out the Daisy, and then the Elsa can come down and take out the Lilo. Now, yes, he could have thrown down the Chromicon, but what's really dangerous about the Chromicon is that well, he doesn't know what's in DKP's hand, right? But DKP could come down with those Hades, right? That he's not super far away from. But I think Chromicon could have been a very good play here as well. That Elsa's going to come down. Elsa's going to turn the Daisy sideways. And then Basil plus Elsa could take out the Daisy. And then Basil takes out another Lilo. But instead, opting, looks like DKP is going to clear his board besides the Daisy. And then clear the Go-Go with the Elsa. All right. Really good turn for DKP there. Now rocking it into the unknown, 2 Hades and a Bell. So he does have enough ink to get to those Hades. So I think we're going to see an Into the Unknown get inked and a Bell get played. The Chromicon does come down, questing for 2, giving another character with the trigger, gets a Cheshire Cat. Cheshire Cat, also a really good play here. So let's see what he does there. All right, so Into the Unknown comes down, ignores that Chromicon completely, and then removes there, bounces the Bell, and then now we're on the Hades turns. So we have 2 Hades in the hand of DKP. We'll see. All right. And Hades does not feel good to bounce with those Chromicons. Let's see how Stefano's able to get there. Lady comes down. Going to play another Webby. Just a very slow start for Stefano here. Unfortunately, not playing a lot of characters early. Also not questing for that Daisy for a couple turns. So definitely slowing him down. Possibly at 10 if he'd quested with the Daisy the 1 turn. Going to take out. Decides not to bounce anything. Hades comes down. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that is Murder, She Wrote for game 1 here. All right, we do see the Lady. Oh, Lady's a pretty good one. Brings back the Go-Go and the Webby. Unfortunately, that Daisy put in the Inkwell, so can't bring that back. Goes up to 9. Yep, exactly. Did he miss a draw? I'm not sure. All right, so DKP here. I imagine what we'll see here is a Hades comes down on the Shift Lady. So I think what you do here is you just quest with the Hades. You use Elsa to take out Lilo. And then you use, well, you don't want him to, so do you just take on the, yes, you take on the Lady first. That way he can't bounce the Lady back to hand. So now you can take out the Lilo, but you quest with Hades first to get the lore. Definitely some options here. And Into the Unknown on the Lilo. You don't need to worry about Chromicon when your opponent has all the ways to put your stuff in your Inkwell. Lots of ink here, but just not a lot of cards in hand. What a game 1. Go-Go going to gain 2, taking him up to 11, trying to get every little piece of lore that he can possibly get. Now, he is representing 13 on board, 11, 12, 13, 14 on board, 15 if he can top deck a Tramp here. Demona comes down, though. Demona, oh, but you can just play Cheshire. You don't want to play Demona, because if you Demona, then you just clear your home board. And at this point, DKP is kind of in the driver's seat. Opting to not bounce anything with the Chromicon, saying, no thank you, I don't need to deal with any of that. draws for turn. And is there any way out? DKP being at 5 can quest to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 next turn. Lady comes down by herself, questing to 13, representing 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 now. If you're DKP, are you worried about anything at this point? Can you simply just... And then, hey, simply just start questing. He's going to use Chromacon to bounce the Webby, so at least he has something to play. Going to quest a 15. Goes up to 10. DKP now representing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 17 on board now. Is there a way out for green-yellow? Good move by DKP, just using that extra 2 ink to move that 1 damage. Just don't give any go-go value whatsoever. And you have to wonder now, is there a way for DKP or for Stefano to get there in game 1? So Webby does come down. And nothing. What is the last card? It's another Emerald Chromacon. Oh, no. Not what we want to see. So DKP going to take game 1 here. With he just 2 Hades and 2 Into the Unknowns. That's just tough. When you do opt to play the Chromacon, that's just really hard to come back from. When Chromacon, of course, not getting to bounce any characters when that character is put into the Inkwell instead of being banished. Going up to 17, passing. Stefano only able to get up to 13, 14, 15, 16 here. Going to game 2. Nothing we could find at that point. All right, game 2. Dogs will be on the draw in game 3 if we get there. We'll see how this goes. All right. Who do we think is going to take it? Does Dogs have what it needs to be able to beat Blurple on the draw in game 3? It's hard to come back from a turn like that. It's hard to come back when your opponent sees all of those ways to ink, but also it's just Stefano just not finding the early questers hurt him. If he could have found those early questers, he could have possibly made it. And just not finding anything that he needs. Forced to play Daisy on turn 1. It's a great start, but when your turn 2 play is a go-go, that is not a good start. When your turn 3 play is a Lilo, that is an awful start. Just a very slow go. And then your turn 4 playing the Horseman Strikes, so not even playing a character. Just very tough to be able to come back from that, something like that. Yes, Hannibal, exactly. DKP showing that Blurple might have got less popular, but it's still a monster. And it is. Blurple's still being very good. Spicy, it certainly seems that way. So, and yes, the Horseman Strikes lost a lot of tempo that game. And I'd be curious to know what would have happened if he'd opted to not go that route. But yes, Blurple's still a monster. When Amethyst Steel is so popular, it's going to be good when... It doesn't seem like there was a lot of green-blue in Top Cut, so that's going to benefit you a lot as the Blurple player. One thing to note about DKP's list is running all the 1-drops. He's running 4 Rafikis, 4 Basils, so that is certainly going to help against that Amethyst Steel. It's going to help against these aggro dog decks. So going into the game here, definitely not keeping that Horseman Strikes, right? Getting rid of Horseman Strikes and the Lullaby. DKP with an excellent hand. Oh my goodness. This man knows how to draw cards. This man knows how to draw cards. I have not seen him with a bad starting hand all day today. He kept 7 because he can go Rafiki on turn 1, Sail on turn 2, Rafiki on turn 2, to have a double Rafiki on the board. This man knows how to draw correctly with a perfect draw all day today. All right, so trying to decide what we want to ink. Demona not going to be super impactful when we can just take everything. And also 2 Into the Unknowns to be able to ignore. This man knows how to shuffle. Maybe it's the Yu-Gi-Oh in him and just believing in the heart of the cards, right? Because he is not, every game today, he has had pretty much perfect hands going into turn 1. Inking the Into the Unknown, throwing down a second Rafiki. It's the gloves. All right, so just what feels like an impossible situation for dogs at this point. I don't know what you do. Now, if you were the dogs player that was running the Raja, that could help, right? But it doesn't, only because DKP has another Into the Unknown in their hand. I just don't know what you do. I don't know what you do as the green-yellow player at this point. Because every turn you don't quest, the Blurple player gets more into their cards to own the game. We get closer to the Elsa. We see another Into the Unknown drawn, goes into the Inkwell, plays the Dumbo as an evasive answer, and I believe Elsa comes down next turn. All right, so we are representing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on board. So we do have 6 on board. So that is a start. Six on board, potentially, no, not potentially. So only 6 on board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We do have 7 on board now that we've played Tramp. So there is 7. The infinite combo deck at CCS. Well, there you go. Infinite combo deck. That's going to be all over the place now, people. So I'm sure we're even going to see a Metafy come of it. So if you guys want to pay the low price of $15, you can get a Metafy that will show you the deck list. Is that a 4th Into the Unknown from DKP? A 4th Into the Unknown from DKP. Now, what he can do here is actually pretty good. He can use that Dumbo to sing Into the Unknown. That way he doesn't get that Scrooge McDuck back in his hand. So that is something that could be worth it for him. Now, you are giving them an extra ink, though. So I don't know if that's what you want to do. It looks like there's 2 cards in hand, though, for the Dogs player. So not a lot that they can do. So what you can do if you are DKP is just play Elsa to take out the lady with a Rafiki. Dumbo could take out the Scrooge. All right, Elsa does come down. Oh, if Stefano does have Under the Sea, he could very well be in a really good place if he does not. Does DKP ever turn the 7-cost Tramp sideways? That way to prevent the Under the Sea. Now, if he does, okay, so he is not going to try and prevent the Under the Sea. Instead, Under the Sea would be huge here. Under the Sea would be absolutely massive here if he does have it in hand. Taking out the Rafikis and the Elsa would be a huge swing. Unfortunately, he would still have the Dumbo. We see an Emerald Chromicon come down. Looking at the chat, yes. Oh yeah. I don't blame them. The only thing, like, DKP had it, like, I have openly praised DKP's $50 guide since the beginning. his $50 guide was everything that he promised to the players. I will update this every single game. He had probably 100 hours worth of gameplay commentary in his guide. It was phenomenal. And then you see something like Zan's guide where he charges you $15 for a deck list. That's where I have the problem. But people will keep paying it, so why not capitalize on that? So, Stefano, though, tough choice here. He could turn sideways. Only at 2 lore, though. Questing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here to go to 8. Only going to be able to get up to 8 here. Stefano really needed that under the sea here. We know he is running them. Unfortunately, Tramp not able to quite find it. Now, he could still sing under the sea here if he wanted. Okay, opts to pass turn. Unfortunately, though, DKP has that perfect hand, has that Elsa that's going to be able to come down, turn something sideways, and DKP is going to be able to challenge into it again. Get that free draw off the Dumbo. All right, let's see how we go here. Hypnotic Strength going into the Inkwell. Now, okay, Hypnotic Strength going into the Inkwell. We're going to play that Elsa. Tramp turns sideways and into the unknown. And ladies and gentlemen, DKP has won the DLC, or the Bologna CCQ. So for those that don't know, what will happen is that DKP's Continental invite will be passed down to somebody. I don't know if it's passed down here, if it just automatically goes to Stefano. I don't know how that works, to be honest. But that's what will happen here. Yeah, at this point, DKP doesn't care about anything that he does. The only, like, he can't even play Under the Sea at this point. So let's see, what are our options? Debating on bringing the Lilo back. Lilo, of course, would bounce something if it did challenge, but not going to bring it back. Just going to draw one. We do shift the Lady, so Lady is going to let us bring back 2 characters. So he got, oh, wait. So DKP doesn't have an invite to EU Continentals, I don't think. He has an invite to NA Continentals, I think. Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. So there might not be a pass down from here. But we do see Stefano. He does shift the Lady, which lets him bring back 2 ladies. So that is an option. At that point now, Stefano is questing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here. Okay. So DKP going for his double Continentals to really increase his chance of getting to Worlds here with this win. So it does mean a little bit more to him now than just accolades. So, oh, what got invites to Continentals at the DLC then? Was it only top 8 that got invites? I thought it was top 32 got invites to Continentals. I'm pretty sure it was top 32. Maybe not, though. I could be wrong. I haven't paid much attention to it because I top 32. Okay, so he did get an invite, but not at Bologna because he didn't. Yeah, okay. Okay. So DKP has some tough choices here. So the issue for him now is that Stefano is representing 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on board. So that is going to take him up to 10. If DKP does take something out here, he is going to get something bounced. Or what DKP really needs to do is clear the Lady first. So he's going to have to send a couple things into that Lady, which is a little bit slower. So because you can't take out the Daisy first, because then he bounces the Lady, which lets him bring back 2 characters again. So kind of some Chromicon choices going on here. And we do know that DKP inked 2 into the I think he inked 3 into the unknowns already. He at least inked 2. We've got 1 in the discard, which would mean that he has the other in his hand, but I think he's inked 2. Okay, so we do take out the lady. We put that 4 damage on the Elsa, which does feel really bad because now, unless DKP finds a Cheshire Cat, okay, Cheshire Cat will move that 2 damage, so that prevents the go-go damage, or the go-go lore gain. And then now, passing it back over to Stefano. Stefano able to quest for 4 this turn. Looks like he is going to bring the Lilo back into play. Keeping those hand resources healthy. A Tramp would be really good here. Tramp letting him quest for... Okay, or Scrooge McDuck comes down. If he can have another 1-cost character, those ladies are going to be questing for 3. So a total of 8 this turn to go to 12. And then looks like we are. Okay, this is unfortunately draws and discards everything. But if you find a whole bunch of Lilos, so there's 1 Lilo. So Lilo does go into the discard. So Tramp serving a huge purpose there, just letting you dig for Lilos. Yes, you're only drawing 1 card per turn. But if now you're playing 2 Lilos per turn, that's pretty good. Unfortunately, Hades does come down. So Hades is going to come down. It's going to most likely be utilized on the Lilo that is exerted right now because you don't want to have to keep dealing with those every single turn for the rest of the game. Meanwhile, though, Stefano, huge turn there, being able to quest for 8 that turn to go up to 12, and now representing a really nasty board here. So, because he is questing... All right, just going to game 3. DKP recognizing I can't do enough at this point. So holy crap, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot count out dogs, all right? Shame on me. Shame on me. Shame on you all in the chat for agreeing with me. You should know better, all right? If my wife was here right now, she would tell you that you should know better than to agree with me, all right? Because we're going to a game 3, ladies and gentlemen. Lock it in. Get everything situated. I am leaning forward in my chair now. Why is Bill the Lizard on the left side of the screen right now? That's what I want to know. Why is the Bill the Lizard, a chimney sweep, on the left side of the screen? While another character in play has damage, this character gains evasive, and he can quest for 1. If you did not know what Bill the Lizard does, ladies and gentlemen, so... Holy crap, we're going to a game 3. What looked like a game that had no chance. It looked like Stefano, there was no way he was going to be able to find a way to get that victory. And he did. Holy crap, that was awesome. That's Kermit the Frog. Hoo-wee, that is something. All right, well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. All right, going into game 3, DKP will be on the play here after losing game 2. Stefano getting some of that glorious H2O. Looks like DKP's hand not... Okay, so he does have Basil into Tipo, into Genie, so that is a good turn. So an immediate alter 4 there, where DKP says, I know what I need, I know what I don't need. That's called a lot of reps into your deck of choice. There is an Easter egg in the art of that card. All right. What's the Easter egg? You can spoil it for me because I will never find it. We need a lizard. We need a Lazard with a lizard from the White Rabbit. Does it have anything to do with that? Anyways, let's see what we do here. Looks like we're going to alter 2 for Stefano. Sending an Under the Sea back was one of the cards we did not hold on to. Probably the right move. Not something that we're probably going to see a lot of success with when we're being on the draw. So, all right, let's see how this goes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a game 3 in the Bologna CCQ finals. Let's see how we rock and roll here. Develop goes into the inkwell. We play the Basil. And let's see what we got. All right. Ursula into the inkwell. We play a lady. Lady, of course, when she has, 3 or more attack, able to quest for 3 and gains an attack for each character you play. So if we do have the tramp here, we will be able to quest for 3 this turn. Unfortunately, Basil will be a positive trade, so it looks like it might be another slow start for Stefano here with that Tipo coming down. Pretty good hand from DKP, though. That Genie is going to be able to kind of filter cards a little bit, get a card draw out of it, let you challenge into some things, sing into the unknown if you need to. Meanwhile, Elsa can come down the next turn, and Demona refilling your hand while also turning your opponent's character sideways. Let's see how we go here with Stefano. Will he have a little bit wider of a board turn 2 than he did last game? Looks like we're going to ink the Bobby, play the Daisy, and play another Daisy. Double Daisy is a good start. And not opting to quest for 3 there, saying, I don't want to lose my lady to your Basil plus Tipo. We see DKP getting a second Elsa. So at this point, the question remains, or becomes, does Stefano have the Emerald Chromicon in hand? Emerald Chromicon would be a massive turn here to really be able to slow things down and make things quite difficult. Oh, that's a cool. Okay, so apparently on Bill the Lizard, there is a name in the wall written by the artist. All right, so Emerald Chromicon does go live. Those 2 Daisy triggers, sending 2 actions, an action and an item to the bottom of the deck, Guidebook and Hypnotic Strength. And now Emerald Chromicon being down is going to allow for some messy things to happen here. We do quest with the Basil, which is going to support the Genie most likely. So that Genie will be able to take out a Daisy. But the issue here is we bounce the Genie. Now, does Elsa come down and they take out the lady? Okay, so we have to take out the lady there because we can't afford to let the lady shift come. All right. Let's see how we respond to Stefano. Bouncing that Tipo, sending it back to hand. I'm surprised to see that get inked versus the Basil. That is a very surprising play for me. I don't know what we valued there over the Basil. Because we just want to challenge into it. Okay, yes, that will work. Unfortunately, they do have an Elsa, so Elsa is going to be able to take out the Daisy, but do you take out the lady? And I think you take out the lady, so you can prevent the lady shift. Yep, okay. So takes out the lady, bounces the Elsa. Still... Whew. All right. Emerald Chromicon putting in work here, because whatever DKP plays here is going to get bounced again by that Emerald Chromicon. Or no, he played that Elsa. So going to quest to 6 here. Emerald Chromicon just putting in work here. The lady shift does come, even without the shift. Said, we don't need it. I'm going to get back these characters. I'm going to quest for 2. And then now, if DKP takes out that Daisy, then he's going to have to take a break off. He did top deck the into the unknown. So what he can do now is develop that Dumbo. And then next turn... Interesting. Okay, so takes... And okay, so he opts to bounce his opponent's Elsa to hand instead of bouncing the lady, opting to get that 2 lore instead of valuing the extra characters. He could have brought back that tramp, I guess he would have only brought back one character. No, he would have brought back two characters. So saying, I just want to keep characters off your side of the board. And I'm okay with that. When Stefano has so many cards in hand to go wide, then he just might be able to go wide enough that as long as he can control how much is on his opponent's board, he can just continue to turn sideways, not have to value that lady bringing back so many characters every turn. So let's see what he does on this next turn. DKP trying to decide what I want to do here, opting to ramp with that Tipo, or maybe not. Maybe not ramping with that Tipo there, saying what's in my hand is far too important for it to go into my inkwell. Really thinking hard about this. His hand resources are not unhealthy. It looks like he has 4 cards in hand if you look at the face cam on the left side of the screen. So he does have a healthy hand size. He does go ahead and throw a card into the inkwell, taking him up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ink here, which is going to be incredibly important because now you can play something like Elsa and Dumbo on his next turn. Jontology, appreciate the follow, brother. Thank you so much. You're a true champion. All right. Now, here's we go. And this is what we were talking about. So Stefano able to just go really wide now. He gets those. All right, so Into the Unknown comes down on the lady. Hey, thanks for the follow as well from Lovesick24. Elsa comes down, clears another lady. And meanwhile, Stefano's stuck at 8, questing for 1, 2, 3 on this next turn to go to 11. All right. There's 1 card. So that lady is now at 1 attack. We send the Chromicon to the inkwell. There's a second card. No hit with the Ursula. Unfortunately, lady only questing for 1 there. No, 2. Playing 2 characters. Yes, so lady questing for 2 there. Christian, this is game 3 of the finals. You tuned in at the perfect time. How you doing, brother? I hope you're doing all right. I hope life is treating you well. We see Develop come down from DKP. Having a hard time getting that card on the bottom of the deck, unfortunately. So let's see how he responds. Genie comes down, finding some draw. Guidebook letting him dig a little bit more so he can ink that Tipo, play the Rafiki and the Guidebook. Next turn, drawing those 2 cards. Oh, what is this game? All right, so the Guidebook comes down. So Elsa does deal the 2 damage into the Daisy. Now Stefano questing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 this turn to go to 16. All right, let's see what happens here. Needs 3 characters. That's what I thought it was. 9, 10, 11. Okay, so he did only quest for 2. Correct. Okay, he was at 9 and went to 11. All right. So 11, 12, 13. Guidebook goes to the bottom. The Daisy triggers have been on fire this game. Stefano, whatever he has in his hand, just apparently not great. 8 to 11. 8, 9, 10, 11. So did he... Oh, because he quested with Daisy, of course. Daisy quests for 2, Lady quests for 1. Bobby comes down. Ah, okay. So he... Really good choice by Stefano. Just wondering, do I hold on to this Bobby in case I top deck something really bad? And then next turn, I can play the Bobby to filter through my deck. So DKP now, not what he wanted to see there. He can... Ladies and gentlemen, we counted Stefano out in game 2. He was able to come back. And it looks like he may have this one. We're not going to count DKP out yet because I got punished for that last game. But I don't know if there's a way out. If there's a will, there's a way. So Elsa could hit Daisy to take out Daisy. And then Rafiki takes out Lady. And that stops Stefano at 19 lore. But then DKP could play another Elsa to take out Bobby to stop him at 18 lore. Yes, yep. Rafiki into Lady first. Good point. Chromicon math is hard. Bounce is there. So he stops Stefano at 19 at this point. Looks like we're moving 5, possibly to play a Hades. No, Rafiki plus Genie. Hey Chicano, one of the Hatter supporters. Yeah, we were talking about Beyblades, man. We were having a good time. I did not know people still played Beyblades though. That is awesome. Okay, so Hades does come down, drawing 2 cards. Worst case scenario, he banishes his Ursula, right? And you're not upset about that. We do see the Rafiki come down. Stefano going to 19. If he top decks a Go-Go, that's game. Now, DKP did find the Hades, but is it too late to matter is the question. Goes to 19. 1 down for the Lady. All right. Now, is there a way out of this? So, we can Hades something. We Hades the Lady, right? John, he has not played any Hades this game yet. Not in game 3. Infernal Schemer. He has not played any Infernal Schemers this game. He does have one in hand now, so that is going to be able to come down. All right, so we take the Ursula. And we just bounce. I think you always just bounce your opponent's characters, right? You bounce the Rafiki. Yeah, if you just bounce the Rafiki, and then when they take out the other Bobby, you bounce the Genie. All right. And that's true as well. But here, okay, no, because no matter what, if he bounces the Elsa is going to be able to take out. So now what happens is that DKP is going to be able. Okay, so he does bounce the Bobby. Okay, so now DKP can Hades the Lady. And the other advantage is that now when he top decks, he can play the Bobby to filter through his deck to hopefully find a better answer. So if he does top deck a Chromicon, a Lullaby, and Under the Sea, then that Bobby can filter that card, find the Go-Go or any other character. You just need a character and hope that DKP does not find any more Hades. Really, it really just comes down to Hades. Because he doesn't want Demona. Demona would be game ending as well. So that would be very dangerous. So Hades is really it. Hades is all that's left. Because DKP does not have any more Into the Unknowns. I believe he had to ink 3 early on. We know he inked at least 2 with 1 left. We know he inked at least 2 with 1 in the discard. But I believe he inked 3. Docs, I've heard that he sweats a lot, so he likes to wear gloves. I've also heard that he has really dry hands, so he protects his hands on. So normally on day 2, you'll see him wearing gloves. So I don't know which one it is for sure, but protecting his hands. Okay, Infernal Schemer does come down. All right, let's see what we do here. Let's see what we got. What does Stefano have here? I mean, we always play the Bobby first. We look for that Go-Go. throw the tramp away, find a tramp. Tramp lets us do nothing, but we do have 2 characters down. So now DKP has to answer both characters. He does not have any Lilos in his discard. He has not seen any Lilos this game. Is that so? That is true. That is exactly what happened. He was being a little unsafe in Australia in the ocean, and he did hurt his hand a lot. And maybe that is what it is. Maybe he does wear them now because of the luck factor, the superstition, right? And maybe that's what it is as well. I don't know. I've never asked him personally, so I don't know. So Coach probably, because in his deck there's no reason to not do it, right? Because the worst case scenario, it's a character. Best case scenario, you throw a Lilo into your discard. So by throwing a Lilo into his discard, then he can bring that Lilo back. So why not? Now, losing the lady does hurt. If he would have had the lady top deck, I think that would have been game. That's true. He could throw away a Go-Go as well. Okay, so he's going to draw 3 here. Is one of the 3 a Go-Go? All right. So, what are we going to do here? You have to use Demona, but man, that feels really bad. DKP next turn is only going to be able to quest. He cannot quest to 18 next turn. So I don't know. And when he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ink, there is very little chance that Stefano cannot play all 3 cards that he drew this turn. So there is 2 Elsas in DKP's hand, so that is going to be helpful. Is 2 Elsas enough though? I don't know. Okay, so the 2 Hades could take on the Tramp, and then I think you're right. I think you do bounce the Bobby. I think you always bounce Bobby, right? So I think if you're DKP, so how much does he have on board? So 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you have to hit Tramp first, and then you bounce the Bobby. Because if you don't hit Tramp first, you can play Tramp to try and find that Go-Go. So I think you just bounce the Bobby here, right? You bounce the Bobby to increase your chance of finding that Go-Go. He still has all the Go-Gos in his deck. Was Hades this turn or last turn? I don't remember. I know, so all right, so the Bobby, so Stefano just doing some counting, making sure, do I have a turn to find it? So here, Stefano on 7 ink, all right, 7 ink, DKP only questing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and there's the Go-Go. The Go-Go did it. The Go-Go did it, ladies and gentlemen. The Go-Go coming in. Stefano is the CCQ, Bologna CCQ champion, getting his invite to the EU Continentals. Boy, oh boy. DKP had it cut out for him today. For those that just tuned in, his top 8 was against Amber Steel Aggro. His top 4 was against Dogs, and his finals was also against Dogs. So he had his work cut out for him today. That is sure. That is for sure. So yeah, Chromicon just putting in work. So I will say maybe we're about to see more Alice's, right? We saw there was a CCQ down in Orlando where the Blurple player was running the Alice that lets you remove an item, and when it quests, reduce the attack of a character by 2. that Alice put in a lot of work because Alice was able to remove the Chromicons and help prevent damage from their characters, which prevents Gogo from gaining lore. So maybe that is a line. Let's see if this is in English.
Vincitore, cioè il primo vincitore.
It is not in English. So maybe he had it right. Maybe Blurple needs to be, with how popular these dog decks are getting, maybe Blurple needs to be running that Alice, and that can remove items and remove the attack of characters. Maybe that is a worthy tech option, and that is the right spice. Game piece, dogs did win. Dogs took the victory from Blurple being on the play, losing game one, but winning game 2 and 3, showcasing the true power of Chromicon. Chromicon putting in a metric ton of work. So yes, accidentally adrift Alice. That's exactly what I'm thinking of. Wasabi also works. Just item removal in general. Since it also gains evasive for Dumbo. That's true. That's true as well. So that would be a worthy tech option as well. Has the CCQ started? Has CCS started yet? Let's see. What time is it? 11:31. I don't think it's started yet. It has started? Okay. Sweet. Well, sweet. We'll give them a raid then. Right now it's Sky versus Lamb Chops. We haven't seen Lamb Chops for a while. Is there any reason to stay here? We know who won, or are we just going to raid the 20 lore page? Is there any reason to stay here? Hey, thanks a lot, King. I appreciate it. It was fun. It was fun. We talked about some hot takes, had some good discussion. It was a good day. I think it was a good day. Now I'm going to go make sure the wife gets up so we can go on a nice run that she doesn't want to do. So we're going to go ahead, though. I don't think there's any reason for us to stay around. So we will go ahead and jump into the CCS. CCS. My pleasure, guys. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thanks, everybody, for the follows, for the subs. It means the world to me. It really does. So, and thank you. It will be a great run. It seems beautiful out. The sun's out. It's shining. Hey, a follow for the road. On docs. Thank you so much. Where are we at? CCQ Bologna. CCS 25K. Okay, so right here. All right, it's time for bed. Yeah, get some sleep, man. Let's jump in there, hit him with some hype, some let's goes. Have a good raid. I'll see you guys also in there. I'll probably be chilling out in there in my run and everything, so we'll have a good time. All right, we'll let a couple more people join, and then we'll jump in there. All right. Have a good one, guys. Remember, stay happy and healthy, all right?